forgot to turn off sound on one of my tabs. Oh, that's better. Hello, all.
Me.
Welcome, welcome. Hopefully, everyone is having a great, good morning. And we have a few people here. We have, let's do the thing. Shizzy is here. Alabama Rose is here. Iris, hello. Yeah, we're double streaming. I'm going to put the link up, but we were working on some technical stuff in the background, so I didn't even get time to make coffee. It's a bad start to the day. Mo, we are still going, and hopefully this will be the last day. I have said that more than once. Wolfram is calling it not guilty with prejudice. Thank you, State, for wasting our time. I think the judge should have done that, yeah, because this has been a farce. Hey, Brandon. Yeah, we might be getting into woodworking today. Yesterday was a great time talking knobs and wood. Maybe we have to figure out what to talk about today. Jamie has been boning up on her wood studies all night. Hey, Fed. Vinosaur. Haza. Wolfram. Am I just saying hey? Everyone's saying hey. Everyone's so friendly.
I know.
You have very little experience with vodka. It's for mixing any vodka that's near to no taste is the best one. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Of course I'm polishing my wood. I want to look good for you. Oh, Cernbert is here. Talk about...
Sorbert.
We miss him when you're not here. Not as much when you come.
Don't come.
No, don't come,
Good
Cernbert.
morning on my side, Rabbit. Wonderful to see you.
This is getting stuck again.
Hey, Rabbit.
And Eris.
Reindeer. Hey. Peanut.
Man, all you fine folks. And they just come piling in as soon as they see you.
Let's just not kid ourselves.
It's those large forearms.
It's not I.
It's those large forearms.
No, we know why people are here.
We know people
yes.
are fake.
They're here for Jamie's luscious lashes.
No.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's just, this is the Jamie show. We just are lucky enough to get to hang out with her.
Exactly.
You were ridiculous.
Hey, Colleen. We're not ridiculous. Everyone likes you. Who gets invited on most streams? Me, you, or Shishi?
You.
It's because you are such a nice person.
Yes, you. Everybody loves Jimmy.
I like to come and have a good time.
You like to come.
I know.
I might not allowed to ever say that word again. I swear.
You can say it as much as you like.
Yeah.
It actually is quite pleasurable for you.
We don't judge. We
yeah.
Different folks, different strokes. Again, another great lesson. Not every wood has the same grain, so you have to work the oil into it in a different way. It's just common knowledge. No, what are we saying, people? Are we going to get a verdict today?
Oh, gosh.
What are we saying?
I mean,
I've got a poll up on my side.
I hope we do get something today.
We have movement.
It's probably just going to be the judge bringing in people.
Morning now before the court, Stanford County Indictment 1180 CR 0128, Commonwealth versus Cara Rintala, the matter currently on trial.
These people are so cruel.
He really does have a face. Just like, come on, guys, I'm over this. I gotta go. The judge.
Hey, Irish.
Hi, Irish.
Oh, we got a new chair today too. I've been a busy bee.
It is.
What did I catch myself, Iris? I don't know. I don't know anymore.
When you talked about coming.
Oh.
Good morning, members of the jury. So let me begin, as always, by asking about the instructions I gave you when I last saw you, which were to refrain from discussing this case with anyone, including each other, apart from your deliberations, of course, to refrain from any outside research or investigation concerning this case, to avoid contact with any of the participants in this case, and to avoid all media accounts concerning this case. If anyone had any difficulty following those instructions, please raise your hand. I see no response, so I will send you back to the jury room to resume your deliberations.
Bum, 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 bum.
And so the wait begins again.
Here we go.
Yeah, but they worked through lunch yesterday. The old guys probably said, "We are not doing lunch. We're just gonna keep going." Will there be any petitions?
We'll be in touch.
Thank you.
We'll be in touch.
Yeah.
So nothing. But yeah. So another day at the office, doing a lot of waiting, a lot of talking, and I should have brought my coffee, but
Yeah,
we
go
have the
grab your
time
coffee.
to make a little bit of coffee. It's,
Yeah.
we'll figure something out. We can watch something on somewhere. We could have finished. We never finished watching the defense opening because we
I
had a
know.
few guests come on, and
Oh, we
And
never
they kind
finished
of.
that.
So
Yeah.
I was thinking about that.
I think you
That
should
would be a good one.
do that
Yeah.
one and start it over and stuff. Because yeah, we got distracted and then they ended for the day, so we just ended.
Yeah, and I believe I have. I put it in. Did I put it in the wrong clip thingy? Might have put it in here.
Fedorowski. Curses the day made this silly channel name. It's near impossible to spell.
Yeah, you have to try it a few times, but you can change your channel name, I believe.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, if it's not taken.
Wolfram, if we don't get a nasty or don't get a guilty verdict today, we riot, hands out the torches and pitchforks.
I'm ready.
I'm catching a plane going to Massachusetts if they don't get done with this.
We should have done that like 3 days ago.
No, because back then it might have been a problem because back then they didn't clown around and get each other thrown out.
True.
So I just need my cover for the other one. Look, cake or death. I'm not sure how you. I'm not sure. I just saw somewhere because I removed the in my name, so I don't show up as the Broken Baker. But I can't remove it from my channel, maybe because Broken Baker is taken, or you
Yes,
just
Broken
can't.
Baker is shaken,
Yeah,
I think.
it's all my haters making a hate channel. Jamie, I know it's you.
What haters? No one can hate the baker. It's
Have you
impossible.
met Sonbird? He hates.
It was not me.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll be seeing you at the Delaware River tonight, and then we're gonna go there and talk to somebody, because we can't talk to the jury. That would be very illegal. But someone will be needing a talking to.
They will.
This is it's kind of annoying that we are going into they have been in the room more than one full day now.
Yeah.
And I know in new jurors yesterday, yeah, but again, they sat there for 7 hours with 10 people who already made up their mind. Why are we still here?
Mhm.
well,
There is absolutely no verdict.
it'd be really nice if they would work it out and get it to the point where we have a verdict today.
It
Yeah.
could be. Thank you, Rabbit. Thank you so
Yes.
much. You see, Sunbird, all the nasty things you stand outside my house and yell at me, it's not true.
Well, that's only because he's been drinking.
That's the biggest problem. He don't drink. He's just nasty.
Oh, okay. Well,
Some people are just born evil.
it's okay. You know,
Sunbird is one of them.
You got to have evil in the world somewhere, so that way
Yeah.
you know what good is.
Without black, there could be no white, and without white, there
Yes.
could be no black. And that's not a racial statement.
No.
So, but I'm gonna put our lovely Rosemary on, and then I'm gonna make me the cup of coffee I didn't get to make because of technical assistant by Mr. Shisney.
Yes,
You have an annoying name too. It's so hard to find.
that's okay. I'm used to it.
Yeah. Exactly. You can't drink. You can't trust a Dane that's not drinking.
Is that the rule?
Have you met Danish people? We're kind of drunk all the time.
That's about it.
Yeah.
You're the only one.
You heard it here. When I show up with a black eye, you're all witnesses. He threatened me. That's premeditation.
Oh,
Do you really
nice.
talk like this to each other in like real life?
No, we don't talk.
They fight.
I see him at the gym, and we say something nasty about each other, and then we walk on. Walk on.
You guys just
walk.
most adorable little friendship.
Yeah, we don't like to call it that. Because, yeah, I'm gonna make my cup of coffee, and you'll watch Rosemary and say nasty things to Sunbird.
Ladies and gentlemen, this whole investigation started with a lie. It started with a lie. When that 911 call was
It started
made,
with someone dying.
Cara Rintala asked her neighbor, Roy Dupuy, to make. He said nothing about it being a domestic. But you know what the dispatcher did? The dispatcher called it in as a domestic. So before they even get to the crime scene, in their head is the idea it must be Cara Rintala because it's a domestic. The first responders hear that it's a domestic. The first police officers on scene hear that it's
Good
a
morning,
domestic.
genitals.
And when Cara Rintala voluntarily agrees to speak to the police without a lawyer, 6 minutes and 55 seconds into that conversation, the question is asked of her, so I heard there's been a lot of domestic violence. That's why Cara Rintala is bringing up the domestic violence. Not because she wants to talk about a relationship with her and her wife. Because you'll hear evidence, I expect, that they reconciled, that they dropped the divorce proceedings. And you heard the prosecutor talk about, in that statement, Cara said that she was bamboozled. Want to know why? Because Anne Marie told DSS that she lied. She lied about the assault and battery in 2008, that it never happened. So was Cara bamboozled by Anne? Well, if your spouse comes in and lies about you and gets you arrested and gets you kicked out of your house, I think you've been bamboozled. And I think that's what the evidence is.
Bamboozled.
I like that
Now,
word.
what you didn't hear from the Commonwealth, because they don't want you to look at this case objectively. They want you to look at it with blinders on, exactly like the first responders did, exactly like the state police did, exactly like the dispatcher did when they said it was a domestic. They want you to just focus on that. They want you to believe that Cara Rintala is the only one in the whole world who had access to that house, and the only one in the whole world who could have done this. What they didn't tell you about is a guy by the name of Mark Olasak. You didn't hear one word about Mark Olasak. Mark Olasak was Cara Rintala's partner as an EMT and firefighter. Mark Olasak was in love with Anne Marie.
Yeah, he was.
And how do we know that? We know that, ladies and gentlemen, because when they got around to interviewing him 18 months later, when he first lied, two days later they said, "Where were you?" And he said, "I went to physical therapy that morning, and then I was home the whole rest of the day." Total lie. Total and complete lie. That's not true. But because the police believed it was a domestic, great, all right, we'll check that person off. We don't have to worry about that person anymore. And then they find out that almost a year later, maybe even a little bit more than a year, that Mark Olasak is still sleeping in a pink sleeping bag that Anne Marie Rintala had at the fire station.
Oof.
And even Detective McGarrian thinks, that's a little weird. It's a little weird. Let's go talk to this guy and find out what's happening. So they go and talk to him 18 months later. And they find out
Good to see you.
that he is sleeping in Anne Marie Rintala's sleeping bag. And he tells them a story that we're really, really good friends. And being really, really good friends, these are the things that we do. We go out to dinner.
I love
We go
the
for drinks.
things you do.
We hug.
Oh,
We kiss on the corner of the mouth. I don't know why that's important.
There it
That
is.
was.
Corner mouth kiss.
her mouth.
And then at least on one occasion, Mark Olasak sent a text to Anne Marie Rintala that he loved her. And he says he loved her in a friend way. That's
In a friend way.
That was
And you'll
not.
hear evidence, I expect, that the police
Jamie,
learned in the
I
investigation.
love you in a friend way.
Yeah, no one says that.
That after Mark Olasak lied,
It's
that
weird.
they actually went and got the records of his credit cards. Because they found out that Mark Olasak allowed Anne Marie Rintala to have 3 credit cards that he paid for.
Yeah.
His wife knew nothing about it.
I want to hang out with Mark.
I was married with a
Can
kid.
Mark be my friend?
Doesn't tell his wife.
Mark,
that he opened
you'll
up
give
these
him
3
corner
credit
kisses
cards.
all
He'll
day,
say,
huh?
I expect the evidence will be that he told the police
We'll find another way.
that he was trying to help her build credit
I mean,
because she had really bad credit.
he'll sleep in your sleeping bag
That's
after
what
you.
that I expect the evidence
no
will
What
be.
does it
longer
look like?
lie.
I don't know. We'll have to
So they
figure-
go and they look for these credit cards. They try to figure out what it was. What is it that that you're allowing her to charge? What is it that you're allowing her to use? What is it that you, Mark Olasak, are taking on the responsibility of paying? By the time Anne Marie Rintala was killed, there's a $7,000 outstanding debt on the credit card. Again, that Mark Olasak doesn't tell us about.
Flower and red.
Now, I expect that you'll hear the police found out that his wife
Start a pot
during the course of
burrito
this
meat. Oh, there you
investigation.
go.
finds out about 2 of the 3 credit cards. And he allegedly has some conversation with his wife where he doesn't fess up to the 3rd credit card. And his wife I expect the police will
Yes,
tell you.
indeed. Maybe they got
Tell
those
them, I don't
letters
want you
as a
involved
present
with
for
her
doing
anymore.
that. Okay.
I don't want you around her anymore. I don't want you working with her anymore. I don't like what's going on and I don't want it to happen. And what does Mark Olasak do? Continues to see it. What does Mark
Lessons
Olasak
from
do?
him.
Try to find a
Houses
way
before her.
to still work with her.
I just gotta say, because I have the chat running on another feed about this
Mhm.
case. I'm happy we have 41 intelligent people sitting watching this trial, because I get migraines reading that chat. Why haven't they reached an agreement yet? Because so much evidence was withheld for the jury. No. The
No,
only evidence in this case is what's presented in court.
Right.
Yeah, but they know there's so much out there, so I would look too. You're told not to.
Yes.
That- what? Yeah. That's
That's-
exactly what you're not supposed to do, you idiots.
This is the problem with these silly folks is they
Hmm.
please don't ever be on a jury. If I'm ever
That's a-
if I'm ever in in this situation, I don't want anybody from law and crime on my jury pool. Those
Lawn
people
and
are
Grim. Lawn and Grim.
idiots. Court TV, whatever. They're idiots.
Yeah, that's what scares me about this world sometimes is you see that stuff and you're like,
God, this is my jury
you
pool.
understand that could be you, that could be me, and oh, I'd be terrified.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, and
every little thing, every little average thing you do could be turned into something so twisted.
Hey, Christine.
Christine, Luna, Squab Bob.
Squad Bob.
Welcome
Yes.
all, welcome all.
Yeah.
No, but again, that's kind of what I think we're doing, trying to remind people that trials are not about you being the next Peter Marlowe. Trials are about you sitting there listening to what's presented to you and then think that makes sense or that doesn't make sense. That's all a trial is about.
Yeah.
So I
It's-
wonder,
it's-
do you think that the whole true crime group of people have just ruined trials because they're their own private detectives and they think that they can solve a case because they saw some TV show that says, "Ooh, look, we solved a murder case."
I honestly believe that that genre has changed a lot because I used to be in that group. I used to love the drama and the gossip and oh yeah, you heard this, but like when I started hanging out over in this area with more
Reasonable minds.
reasonable minds, I guess. I don't know what to call it, but like it changed my entire perspective. And like Dave was saying yesterday when he was talking about his mom, like it would be hard for me to convict somebody. It really would, to be honest with you, because you would have to, like, I am very, very picky now about you got to show me some damning evidence before I take somebody's life away or ruin somebody's life.
Right. And, talking about it or speculating about it is completely different
Mhm.
than, being on that jury pool or being in, or watching somebody, be accused of something. And they like, what was it just recently that baseball player, he was out.
Yeah, he
for,
came out yesterday, I believe, with the story.
yesterday or the day before. It was almost 2 years that he couldn't play ball. And if you're
Yeah, he's in
thinking
Japan
this
now.
guy's, yeah, if you're pulling in say 2 million a year, because he's a really good pitcher was a really good pitcher for the Dodgers. You're pulling in 2 million a year. That's gone in a heartbeat because the team fired him. Then he has to pay court costs on top of that. Has to pay his attorneys, and that goes on for a couple of years. And then the whole time he's not making an income, so he's tapping into whatever savings he has. His name is ruined.
Yeah, and how can it go on for 2 years when you have those text messages?
Because they had to get discovery. Those court cases, any sort. people think they see this. What is it? It was like SVU and all that kind of stuff. Where in 90 minutes they solve the case and they get their man and they put him in in jail, and they've got a conviction, all in this short span of a TV show. And people think that that's how courts work. Um, they don't. They move very, 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 very slow. Like this case has been going on for 12 years now, working on 13, possibly going
Yeah.
to be another 4 years after this if she's convicted.
Yeah, and the big problem with his case is her lawyers must have had access to her communications, and they
yeah.
pursued the case. They should be in hot water. She should be in hot water. But again and again, we do see that it's not really the same for the goose as it is for the gander. That when you falsely accuse someone of something, that she should have had, she should be eligible for the same amount of prison time he would have gotten.
Yeah.
Oh, she wasn't after prison time. He wasn't about to get prison time.
No, she wanted money. I know that.
That's all she was after was money.
Yeah,
Because if she was after prison time, she wouldn't have gone and gotten attorneys to sue and try to get that. She would have gone to the police and provided proof of an assault.
Mhm.
yeah,
And
but again, the lawyers, they must be in some not ethnical. They must have some problems with the bar because they hit this evidence. Yeah, Lady Justice, she's I think too many of the people who are involved with the justice system has an agenda, and that rubs off on the way they do cases. That's ethical is exactly the word I was not able to say. So, but there should be trouble coming for them as well, because it's clear that they must have seen this, or they have been bad lawyers, and pursuing a case which they know would never land when it's discovered. It's the same when the state withholds evidence that can clear the suspect. It's just as
I
bad.
think there's and I see, I don't know enough about this, but I think that as long as if they don't know, and they can always claim they had no idea about this until
Yeah,
she
she hid
turned
it
over
from
the
us.
information, and she was hiding the information. So I mean, you're only doing what's best for your client. And it's crappy and it's horrible, and I wouldn't want to have them as my attorneys, knowing the way that they acted. But to claim they did something wrong, there is punishment from that from their state bar if they were doing something that's unethical. So
Yeah.
I don't think they did.
No, and if they got it into the plea agreement that he can't pursue them, that's
Correct.
yeah, then you can't do anything. But again, we saw it with the lawyer in the Jody Arias case. He got struck from the bar.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't have the Oedipus complex. Jamie, no, she's not here. Yeah,
So,
but we see it again and again. What happened to the girl who claimed those frat boys raped her? What happened to Mattress Girl?
she's
Nothing.
ruined. She's ruined for life.
Yeah, but
I
those
mean,
boys are ruined as well.
yeah, but I'm saying that she's ruined for life. But you also have to understand, I don't think she cares if she's ruined for life.
Probably not. She probably thought, well, I got my 50 minutes.
Yep.
And that's a big problem, especially because the Me Too movement was to change the thinking that has been permeating culture for a long time, that if you were powerful enough, you could get away with stuff. You shouldn't be able to just watch Hollywood. But it's kind of overcorrected. So it got so bad that you couldn't do anything. And anything was believed the second someone said, well, back in 1923, Sørenberg looked at me funny. Well, then he absolutely must have done it.
Well, and not to, because I don't subscribe to all of the thought on this, but as a counter to all of the women that went after Weinstein or Weinstein, whatever his name is,
Yeah.
they went in there willingly.
Yeah.
They did things willingly.
There's a
Was it
reason on the
right?
hub you
I
can.
don't think it was right on his part,
No.
but to come back later and claim X, Y, or Z years later seems a
Yeah.
little sus to me. And not saying what he did was right. I'm putting it out there as if you go into a situation willingly and you're young, dumb, naive, take your hits and go move on with life. Because you stepped into that position unknowing of the outcome for it, but you went in there as an exchange for your freedom, your fame, and you sold your soul to the devil. That's what it comes out to be. And I think it's rough. But Eris is right. Accusations of SA are never escaped from.
No.
And JD, yes, absolutely. He'll be living under that shadow because there'll be people that don't know or didn't pay any attention. That'd be like, oh yeah, I heard what he did to Amber Heard, whether it's true or not.
SA isn't the only thing. Carl Rittenhouse killed 3 black guys.
Yeah.
Well,
With
think about everybody that's been charged of anytime you're accused of a crime. I mean, the Matt Moore that Sal and Farrell are doing that I watched the trial. He was found not guilty, and he still gets people that call him a murderer.
Zimmerman.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Once that accusation's out there, you're tainted.
And this is exactly right, because there's a reason why there's a whole category about that on the hub, because it's always been that way. And you can get far if you can lay on your back for a little bit. You can even become vice president.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But then you can come back in 20 years and said, well, Willie did this to me back in the LA. Yeah, but you reached the benefit. Go on Twitch, go on OnlyFans. How many girls do stuff there where, and then all of a sudden, if something goes wrong, oh, I was forced to do it. Amaranth, who was forced into doing the stuff by her husband. Yeah, I didn't see her sell all of her gas stations and move on. She is still e-thoughting away.
Yeah.
So again, it's just too easy of an accusation. How many? Let's get away from famous people. How many domestic cases end up with a dad being accused of doing something with the kids?
I've seen it happen in court cases before. It's not uncommon that somebody's going to claim something just because, well, this is the only way that I can make sure that he never sees his kids again. It's horrible kind of crap that women will do in a relationship like that. And I'm not saying that men are any better, because men will be complete asses, but sometimes there's, men are just going, yeah, it's time for me to get the hell out of here, because this is just a toxic relationship. And sometimes women do not want to let that toxic relationship go. They thrive off of that. I've seen that happen with friends of mine where it's just like, yeah, I'm done with this. It's gotten to the point where she's getting violent, and I'm just ready to move on. This is not a peaceful, happy situation. And the women will come up with all kinds of crap that makes no sense at all outside of a court. I mean, if you see it in a court, you'd be like, oh my God, this is such a horrible person. But whenever you see it up against the type of person that they are, you're like, yeah, that doesn't, the 2 and 2 don't add up here.
No, and Irish is hitting one of the things. I have two daughters, and when they started finding boys interesting, way too soon, should have waited at least 40, 50 years.
Exactly.
We had this talk about consent in Denmark, and I might be the only one, but tend to remember that a lot of my teenage escapades were there was a lot of no, don't do no, no, don't touch that part. No, absolutely don't touch that one. And that's not consent. But how many girls loses their cherry by saying no? There's a difference. I know no means no, but sometimes no is yes. You should absolutely try to unhook my bra. It's the way it's said. It's the situation and everything. And yes,
Right.
if you mean no, men should just get themselves yeeted out of the place.
If
But
they're
again,
if they're saying no, you're not
yeah,
getting none of this, back off, dudes, back the hell off.
There is
If
a
they're saying no, don't unbutton my bra, don't do that, don't undo my bra, then that
no,
is an
you
invitation.
have to. I have to pull this down to you. If you do this, it pops right open. You shouldn't do that at all.
Yeah. Here, let me help you with not undoing my bra.
Yeah. and and that's when I thought about well, how do you prove consent in a situation like that? And in some countries, you can revoke it up to I can't remember how long after saying, well, no, I did give consent, but I really didn't want to give consent. How is a man supposed to react in that environment? I understand why a lot of guys is just being monkey tamers and using the internet as inspiration because
Yep.
it's just one time someone gets angry at you and you're eaten out of here. And I'm sorry for people who have young boys because they are gonna grow up in an environment where they will be afraid every time a girl smiles at them. So
Yeah.
Yeah, again, and you can do that if the media thinks the person is bad, he must be bad. And to this day, he still killed 3 black guys.
I
Not
actually
a kid diddler, and yeah, the kid diddler was the only one. No, the kid diddler was the one who lost his arm.
No, all of them were, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, well, all of them had priors. Yeah,
Yeah, all of them had prior stuff, and the one that got his arm a little hurt. Yeah, he got hit by a car not too long ago.
yeah.
crossing the
If it wasn't
crosswalk.
because YouTube would hit me for
Oh, they would.
uh, promoting violence, I would have cut that. I got no, a mail today. The Valhalla clip, they will still claim that I misused their copyright,
Yep.
even though I didn't play it in full, and I skipped right through most of it and talked all over it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a teaser trailer on goddamn
On
YouTube.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous. The Royce Grits or whatever his name was. Yeah, he got hit by a drunk driver.
No, it wasn't a drunk driver. It was a black guy. So
yeah,
yeah.
which is funny. Anthony
Yeah.
Hooper was a felon. Gage was a felon.
the first guy was the diddler. The second guy was just like, didn't he just like abuse his like sister or something like that, or somebody?
He abused. He beat his. He beat
her up.
Yeah, he beat her up, and if I'm not mistaken, he also was accused of her by her son or something like that, or daughter.
I just remember they said he like pulled a knife on her or something like that, and
Yeah.
then The other guy was just a douche.
Yeah. And yeah.
And
Yeah,
and again, that's kind of
and
why
people like that are always going to be in getting in trouble. I
Yeah.
mean, they just it's not because they go, man, you know, I've done some bad stuff in my life and I just need to stop screwing up. They keep putting themselves in those situations to screw up.
Mhm.
You know, I mean, I worked with this guy. No joke. Gets pulled over for driving on a tag that wasn't appropriate for the car. Got pulled over for speeding. Was it speeding? No, he got pulled over for a DUI and got taken to jail. While he gets out on bond, the day that he gets out on bond, goes and hangs out with his brother. They steal a license plate off of another car. So, because that's what got him pulled over the first time. And well, why don't I just put a stolen license plate on there so it doesn't have the expired sticker on it?
Mhm.
Wrecks into the side of a lady, totals her car out, totals his car out. He gets out and runs, gets pulled over by the cops again, or arrested by the cops down the street again, and gets hauled off to jail. The day he gets out on bond, he's drinking again. And it's just like, why? Why? I mean, did you not learn the first two times?
no, and he never will.
No.
And that's the big
And-
problem.
Well, and his complaint was, oh, it's because I'm black. I'm like, no, it's not. It's because you're drinking. Like, stop drinking.
Yeah.
Stop driving.
We when I went to baking school, I did it down by the border, and there was this story in the newspaper with a woman who was stopped 3 times driving the same night. The last time, I think her blood alcohol was above 2.5. Over 2.5. You should be. No, it was more because it was so high that if she hadn't been a chronic alcoholic, she should have died. And she was arrested the first time, given a citation. The second time she went in to have a blood test. The third time they found her when she crashed her car and fell asleep and was taken to the hospital because it was so high. But you can't talk to people like that because it's a disease. And yeah, and like this, it's all the other people who get caught. It's all the other people who do the stupid stuff. And when they get into an accident, it's just the other people's fault or the car was wrong. And that's yeah, that's. But you can't help people like that. And that's why when you can say, do long punishments work, or does it just keep people away from the streets?
Well, I mean, and his troubles didn't end there. I mean, he after all of that, he gets out again, and him and his brother was working on somebody's Jag, like doing, I guess, some transmission work or something. They decide to take it to Birmingham, Alabama, drive to Birmingham with it. And I get a knock on my door because this is my roommate. Get a knock on my door. It's like, have you seen him? And I'm just like, "Mm, no. As far as I know, they went to Birmingham." He's like, they went to Birmingham with my car. I guess I'm gonna have to report it stolen. And that day, I called up another buddy of mine and moved my stuff out because
Yeah.
I was not going to get in any trouble for this kind of crap.
Mhm.
You know, just even knowing about it, it's like stupid.
Yeah, because
Stupid people.
someday you come home and you see stuff you shouldn't have seen, and then you are mixed into it some way. Or you walk in and the police don't care. I'm just
Nope.
living here. Yeah, we found a brick of cocaine. You're on the hook
And-
for that one too.
Yep. Even if it's
And
not in your room.
and Mass, I totally agree. Driving while drunk is an option, and people shouldn't do that. Even the people who I can drive on a 6-pack. We all can, but not very good, and you shouldn't do it because the kid you're hitting, she don't care.
Nope.
And a lot of people drive worse than they should, even while not drunk.
Mm.
Yeah, I have told this before about my psychology teacher, who said she was sorry that we didn't get the studies were only in binary, male or female, but that will change in the future. I don't believe so. I think it's a 10-year thing, and then we forget all about this gender nonsense
Oh
again.
yeah, because people are saying, "Oh, in 5 years." I remember in high school in the '80s where I had like this ultra feminist teacher that her idea of her concept of men was that they were all looking just to do nothing but spread their seed. Like could not hold down a steady relationship. There were like her description of men, every single man was that they were bad, evil, horrible creatures doing nothing but vile things to women, just on different levels. And the only one that was a good one was basically your cuck, which would let you do whatever you wanted, get a little piece on the side, didn't matter, just as long as he was not disagreeable.
Yeah.
And I sitting there in this class with this teacher, and I was just like, I went off on her, got kicked out of her class because of it. But I was just like, you guys are sitting here talking crap about, men. Like that's not healthy at all. But her whole attitude is no different than the attitude currently. Really putting a lot of division between men and women. And it doesn't help. It
No.
hinders good, solid relationships.
Yeah, and again, both sides are now being pandered to by uh, both male and female. They will tell you how you should be, alpha, or how you should be open to the feminist idea. No, we come this far for 20,000 years. It's kind of built into our system, and there's no toxic masculinity and no toxic femininity. There's just toxicity.
Yes.
Men and female are different. Some men are very assertive, others are maybe a little limp-wristed and easygoing, and there's some girls who like one thing and some girls like another thing. But all of this, where I have to open my TV and hear some blue-haired 18-year-old tell me that I don't understand anything, and now they have broken the code, and I'm just sitting there thinking, talk to me when you're 35 and you're missing that child. I saw one of those. Uh, I'm 40 and I have no kids, with a girl who's standing there with money and a handbag. Yeah, but tell me when you're 60 and you're sitting at home and you don't go out clubbing and you don't have all of those fun things to do, and all of your friends are locked up with kids or in a happy relationship. Because Sex and the City isn't the real thing. It's only a series on TV.
Right.
And the author of that one said she regretted all of the stuff she promoted earlier. And all the power to the women who want to be boss B words, and all the power to the men who want to take a creative endeavor and do something totally opposite than what male roles are. All the power to you.
Yep.
But again, the vast majority is kind of like run by nature, and that's men kind of like to be hunters, women kind of like to be the safe house, the safe anchor, and then men come home and leave them the Tyrannosaurus burger.
See you
We've
soon,
drifted that way.
MLS. Have a good day in court.
Bye,
Saw
Dave.
MLS heading off to court.
Yeah, have fun in court.
Well,
So much hatred today. It's just so much hatred.
What's it say?
I don't know what it said, but
Yeah.
It must have not been nice because it looks like Baker's about to cry.
Well, first of all, he gave me this one.
Uh-huh.
And then he says, luckily I can't see it, see if you're making faces at me because the highlighted messages cover your face.
Oh.
Well, I believe all people are born with the capacity to be evil, and
Yes.
and the more you don't put in boundaries and teach them how to act, and that they are not the king and the queens of the world, the more evil they will do in their life. That's just my 2 cents.
No, and it's always been my opinion, whether it's right or wrong, doesn't matter, that if you're getting in a relationship with somebody, that you're working as a team, as a whole, as one constant. And you still have your separate interests, but your ultimate goal is together. And I think that's where a lot of those relationships break down, because it ends up being more of a transactional kind of relationship where, what can you do for me? What can I do for you? Instead of what can we do for us?
Yeah.
And I think that's where a lot of the breakdown happens, especially, and it can also be because someone might be a little more selfish and uh, do a little bit more of the relationship. And sometimes they might be doing it willingly because that's what they have to offer.
Yeah.
Um,
And Luna, I have to agree, absolutely nothing wrong in being an auntie because some
At
people
all.
don't want to have kids, and that's normal too.
Mhm.
Um, I have a brother who doesn't like kids, and the rest of us have 6 kids between us. But he's a great uncle, and he's always been good at giving them presents and stuff like that. And there's a role for that again. And with us having 6 kids between us, yeah, we kind of made up for the deficit with him not having any. But the problem is promoting the lifestyle and going out saying, "Oh, I can go out and drink when I'm 40." Well, I was out drinking when I was 40 because I just had my kids young.
Yep.
So
And
I could
you also
go and
hear
have
that,
fun.
well, it's not fair for women that men get all of this blah blah blah. It's just like, yeah, a lot of things ain't fair. That's how it goes.
Yeah,
You sort of deal the hand you're given. I'm never going to be a 7 foot tall basketball player. Fuck. Does that mean that nobody should play basketball? You know?
Yeah, that's the thing when people complain that, well, there's too many of this or that. Well, look at the NBA. You need a lot of tall guys, and generally, white guys don't grow that tall. So a lot of white guys don't make it to the NBA, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's
Nope.
just the way it is. Fat guys don't play a lot of football, real football, not your hand-eggy thing. So normally that's guys who can run for a really long time and kick a football. I can't hit anything when I kick a football, so I don't get to play on a national team. I should have done that because that would be an equality. Every Dane should have at least one try on the national team, just for equality. And that's the problem because I'm not the greatest baker. I'm really good at seeing how you should run a bakery and see where you can cut 5
Improve.
minutes here and cut 2 seconds here and stuff like that. I'm really good at that job, but I'm not the greatest baker. But you need all the roles, and it's
Mhm.
okay that you can't fill every box with every kind of person. And I just think we forgot the biggest teaching I learned in the 90s is I don't care who you are, I don't care what you are. The only thing I care about is you're not doing it to kids or animals, and the rest is up to you. If you're an asshole, I'll treat you like an asshole. If you're a good guy, I treat you like a good guy. That's the lesson we learned in the 90s,
Yeah.
and then it went full woke. Should we go back and listen a little bit to Rosemary because now it was gender studies by Uncle Shizzy and Uncle Baker.
Mhm.
Until.
There's always an exception for tailgates. I don't know what it's an exception for, but I'll wholeheartedly support it because you invited me to a tailgate.
He makes this statement to the police.
Sounds
He
fun.
says, I'm a great friend until you lie to me. Until you lie to me. And you'll find
Yeah,
out
McDonald's.
at one point when Anne-Marie Rintala was moving back to be with Cara Rintala, to fix their marriage, to have a chance at getting reconciled, that he's helping her move out of that apartment that the prosecutor told you about. And what he finds when he's helping her move out of that apartment is a note and a picture. And the note is from
And Rommedahl was on for a decade, and he couldn't kick a ball. So there's a lot. We should have a try the next time around. We couldn't be worse than players we got right now.
another woman, Cara Daniele. Cara Daniele and Anne-Marie Rintala
I
had
have
an
to make a
on-again,
call,
off-again
just-
relationship, about 10, maybe even 13 years. And he finds this note, and he finds this photograph, and he realizes at the same time that he's having these conversations and these kisses on the side of the mouth and giving her these credit cards, she's in Vegas with Cara Daniele. And so what does he do? I expect that he will tell, that the police knew that he never once brought it up to Anne-Marie Rintala. He saved the note, he saved the picture, but he never once talked to her about it. But you know what he did do? He took away her phone. He was paying for her phone, and he was upset that she was talking again and dating again Cara Daniele. And so what does he do? This guy who's trying to be your friend, this guy who's trying to help her build her credit, he takes away her phone. That's what he does. He's not
Damn
going to
right.
pay for your phone anymore.
Take it away again.
I expect you'll hear the police say the reason that he said he did that is he didn't think it was good that Cara Daniele was dating Anne-Marie during the time period that there may have been some custody issue. That's his explanation. But there's more than that. So when the police finally get around to interviewing him, and they find out about the kiss in the corner of the mouth, and they find out about the hugs and the money and the credit card debt of $7,000 and the I love you text, there's more than the sleeping bag. There's more than that. They also find out that he's the one who texts at 1:53. He's the one who texts Anne-Marie Rintala at 1:53.
Yeah, it seems to me like he's got more
And does he tell
that
the
he
police
wants to
that?
do.
No, he doesn't. Does he tell the police, hey, I tried to contact her that night.
Really put this stuff in context.
That's so odd, because she always picks up. No, he doesn't. You know what he does instead, ladies and gentlemen? He deletes the text. He
Mhm.
deletes the text at 1:53. And I expect the police will understand and know and learn that he deletes
Wish
the
you would
text. And
hammer
you know what
more
they
on
do
this.
about it?
In her closing.
Nothing.
You too.
The blinders on. You would think that a seasoned police officer, a trooper from the state police who knows how to
Need-
investigate
Need to
homicide,
be.
when they find out they've been lied to, when they find out that there's someone who deleted a text, who probably was the last one to text that night, and doesn't tell you about it, you would
Mhm.
expect that you go right back to Mark Olasak and say, hey, what's going on here? Why'd you delete that text? Because a good homicide detective would think, why delete that text?
Mhm.
How did you know you were supposed to delete that text?
Mhm.
When there's also a text at 8:15 that night that you don't delete. How do you, Mark Olasak, know that? But nobody asks that question. And again, because they are operating with blinders on. This is a domestic, this is Cara Rintala, we don't need to look anywhere else. But there's more. They finally get his credit card statements. And even though he had told the police, I went to physical therapy,
I did not really
Never told
like
the whole
her
rest of
at the
it.
very beginning of
They find
this,
out that
but
there's a number of
she's
purchases
grown on me like a
on March 29th on his credit cards.
a
So they
third
try, they say,
nipple.
to go get
Oh,
the receipts
absolutely.
and the timestamps for when he makes these purchases. And because it's been 18 months that they had blinders on, they believed it was Cara. Some of them they can't get. But there's one that they did, that I want you to pay particular attention to. Sometime around 4:30 on March 29th of 2010, Mark Olasak goes into a Walmart to purchase a $7 pair of pants. Now you might ask yourself, why do you need a $7 pair of pants in the middle of the day? But the police don't ask that question. Nobody asks him why he's buying a $7 pair of pants. But they go back and they say, hey, you have all these purchases on your credit card. You must have been out that day. Now I remember. Oh yeah, I went.
It's because some politician found out that you can get power by promoting it, and then when there's power for politicians, there's money for the studies, and then people tend to study the stuff that gives them power and money. And the accident, was she blonde, brunette, a redhead? We know why you took that class.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't get the whole kissing on the mouth corner either. Why do that? If probably because he's not that attractive, but he was a simp and he was paying her bills. So she did that one.
Yeah, that's sort of my thought on the attraction there.
Yeah.
So tasteless.
Yeah. And let's Brandon, I still believe you saw some lady walking into the room thinking, this could be a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Pants really spruced himself up in the middle of the day for that pants.
Because she said, why would he be buying pants in the middle of the day?
Oh, yeah, okay, because I didn't hear that. Okay, yeah, that's who hasn't been around somewhere sitting at home because he's totally alone at home, had been to physical therapy in the morning and just thinking, I need a $7 pair of fleece pants. I do that almost every day. If I'm not streaming, I'm looking at fleece pants because I like the static electricity they make.
Well, I would think for a guy, you wouldn't. I mean, I don't. Well, I would go out and be like, I really want to get a pair of pants. But for a guy, I wouldn't think they'd be like, let me go see if I can find a pair of pants.
No,
Oh, we buy one pair of pants a year.
Yeah.
if I'm
like,
buying, well, not for me because I tear mine up so much from the work that I do whenever I'm off that it's just like I'll buy like 3 or 4 pairs of pants, but then I don't buy any for like 3 or 4 years. So
yeah.
No, and I think weak men are more likely to commit crimes against women, in my opinion. Guys who feel that women should give them something are more likely to go out and take it.
yeah.
Because they might be socially awkward, they might not be able to talk to women, but they still believe that they are the Lord's gift to a lady. And when the lady don't think that, it's just as easy to pull her into a bush and do the stuff you want to do. And I have no statistic for that either. But I went to a class, history. I took history, and we were talking about the right to vote, and I said, because I'm kind of a funny guy, that I think all the women in class should remember who gave them the right to vote. And they, instead of yammering on about us men, they should thank us. Because without men, no 19th Amendment.
Right.
We don't have the 19th Amendment, but still. And this guy, he flew up and you can't say that, and women are just as capable, blah, blah, blah. And all the ladies in the class, they were laughing. They got the joke, but he was the white knight in shining armor.
Mhm.
And I was just like, yeah, I hope she sees it, because no lady likes a male feminist.
I can't think of a single one that does.
I like my
Yeah,
man.
You like your men to be men.
I like my man to be men.
I think most women do. They prefer men to be men. And if they don't, that's fine. There's someone for everyone.
Mhm. Yeah.
and of course, because we see it all the time too. On as someone said once, nobody is single on a 600-pound life.
No, they are. There are.
Yeah, but that's always the thing. I'm a fluffer. I'm fluffy. Before I speak,
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's gonna
I
be
need
clever.
a day off. I need a day where I don't get up, run to IKEA, go home, put a chair together, and then go on and talk technical stuff with Chizzy. I need to just sleep for a whole day. I say stupid stuff when I'm tired. I'm fluffy, and still, then I look at some guy whose belly is hanging between his legs, and he can barely move, and he has a girlfriend. Yeah, she might be quite large as well, but there's always also fluffy ladies out there. But still,
Mhm.
it's not the same. But you never see those on the 600-pound life single.
There's
So
somebody.
yeah,
Everybody.
that's the good thing about my streaming schedule. Farrell doesn't come in till we're about to end.
Oh,
So
she'll rewind it and find it. You know it.
I'm so stupid. I say stupid stuff all the time. But again, there's someone for everyone. But I think a lot of people because a lot of men think, well, I should be with Nina Akdal, or I should be with Cameron Diaz, or someone like that, because they forgot to look in that kind of stupid thing you have in the bathroom called a mirror. And if they can't get that, and they can only get a 6, they think, "Oh, I just go and take it." And that's the big problem. I think that's a lot of the attacks on women happen because men are too weak.
Well,
So,
and some, well, I won't get into that. Never mind. That wouldn't be a good route to go down. But
yeah, you probably
when
will.
I was single, I would do things to make myself quite a bit more attractive, work out, fun, um, get myself busy, work, make money, all the things that you can possibly do. And then if I was interested in somebody and they turn me down, it's just like, okay, well, see you. No biggie. I got other places to be, other things to do. I
Yeah.
think if you're getting obsessed over one particular person, you got bigger issues and need to get those things worked out.
I agree.
Yeah,
It's
and you can work a lot on yourself, and everyone should always be working on themselves, because as I said previously, if you're in the mindset where everything is negative, people don't want to talk to you because you are negative. And try to force yourself to smile to another. Yesterday at the gym, I talked to this. She's a young girl, and she lifts really heavy, and I think she's doing impressive numbers. Not to be, and I said it the first time I talked to her, saying I'm not the creepy guy who's coming over to do. I know I can end up on Instagram, but I just want to say I'm really impressed because you have a great technique, and you lift really heavy, and stuff like that. And now we've become gym buddies, because she was always just putting around alone. And when she comes in now, we smile and wave and just go on with our business. And then when we meet up somewhere, when we're at the dumbbell rack or something, I'm getting my 4 pounds and she's getting her 50 kilos. We say, "Oh, you're doing arms today too," and so it's just stuff like that because maybe she's a bit lonely training and need someone to talk to, and you can just do it in a nice way. You don't have to go over there and talk for hours. It's just starting out and say, "Hey, hello, how are you?" You can make a person stay by
Yep.
just because they might be lonely as well.
Yeah, it's true.
Well, and that
There's a
also
lot of hatred in this
also
stream today.
yeah, there was something I watched a few days ago, and it's there's this guy that he said one of the things about getting to know people, and this guy just sort of out on his own doing his own thing. He said but he goes and visits cities and crap like that. It says the best part about that he learned from being around animals, running his own farm, being around animals, is it taught him patience and about putting out good energy. And people think, oh, mystical good energy. No, it's that kind of energy where you're agreeable and kind to other people. You're not whenever you're around people, it's not always, oh god. I mean, think about this. You've been around people that everything they say is negative, and like a negative Nancy is just always down with all the bad stuff and the bad, the horrible things in the world. And this planet is so horrible. She had great technique.
No, it's just we talk about a person. I don't know why I pulled someone up. No, and yeah,
Oh,
if you
I
say you're not a creepy guy, remember to keep eye contact when you're saying
Yes.
that, and not I'm not a creepy guy. Can I see you do squats? That's not the way to do it.
No. But that good energy, going out to people, that you're not negative about everything, makes other people want to be around you. And that goes for streamers also. If everything that you do on stream is negative, think about channels that you've gone to where everything that you've seen has been negative, or not happy about life in general, and always creating drama, or have issues or anger issues towards other things that are going on. Do you want to go and watch them stream? It's fun for a little bit, but the happiness that someone exudes really is contagious.
Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely,
thank you.
100%.
Damn, what else can you squat on there, sweet cheeks?
Please don't say that to anybody. Ever.
Yeah, she could be needing a spotter, but that's why you get in early. So when she's doing the really heavy lifting, she's coming over and saying, "Hey, you're that nice fella. You're not creepy. Can you do and then you do the squat thing where you make sure that she keeps her chest upright. No, you don't. You behave nice in the gym and you're nice to the young women.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Can
Too
I
much
see your
hate
deep
today.
squat? So Baker, can I see your deep squat?
I can't really squat because I have my bad back, so I can't put the barbell on my back. I do front squats. I hate those. It hurts my biceps because I have weak arms and weak legs and weak everything.
You do not.
Well, I kind of do.
Mm.
Don't ever be one of 9 men saying you'll be her spotter.
Yeah. Well, helping her boyfriend is helping her in the long run.
Right. Or helping her is helping her boyfriend in the long run.
Yeah, making sure she really hit depth on the squat. Why
Yeah.
is everything turning? I blame chat sometimes. I love my chat, but sometimes they are a bit sexualized.
don't understand. Why
No.
are they so sexualized?
Really? You don't?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I mean, do you?
Yeah, because they're a bunch of pervs. This is why we have all come together. I'm gonna come. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's something about a pot and a kettle.
I knew that was coming.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, that's so.
what is
Some
happening?
people. My need for a spotter have turned into a dribbler. Well, it happens sometimes.
Sometimes. Hmm.
Well, thank you for showing up and following me over the cliff.
Well, you know who this is, right?
No,
This is Yamaha Biker.
Yeah.
it's the Yamaha biker. Okay.
Yeah, this
because
is
I thought-
this is his channel.
I don't know nothing. I
Yeah,
just see the
Yamaha
names.
Biker has his own channel. I have a story, and
What's your story?
yeah,
Really good.
yeah, he's
If you have a story, tell us. We're just waiting.
Oh, if you ladies like my voice, you need to go listen to his voice.
I know. I was surprised.
Well, I'll give them a sub and check it out later.
Mm-hmm. See?
Well, I know the feeling. I can start smelling the earthy aroma of dirt from my feet when the Undertaker gets near me. And he has a sexy voice, ladies.
See?
Yeah, you don't get that on this channel. Only when Shizzy
Nope.
is visiting.
No sexy voices here.
I know it's Jamie's fault. She is just too damn. Those lashes. Watch
Mhm.
out.
You underestimate yourselves, boys.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. No, we're not talking about knobs now. Now people are talking about fluffing and making
Yeah.
squats.
I mean,
Yay, Dave's back.
oh, the court was good then.
That's a fast court.
That was a
That
quick.
was fast court.
Was it the two ladies? Have you seen his trial with his two ladies that he shows sometimes?
I've seen part of that, yes.
If I was going to Michigan to buy a house, I think I would look up that firm. Those are some nice looking ladies.
Oh boy.
Hey, right after my birthday. Well, I'll be
Really?
turning 25 again.
What a great age.
I know.
Yeah. That's why I keep it around 25, 27.
And my wife doesn't look any older than she did when she was 27.
But that's either a good thing or a really bad thing.
It's a really good thing.
Yeah, but it could be the other way around where you're thinking, oh, you're not your mom.
Well, I hope not. Oh.
Hopefully you got paid, because Monday when I had to go to court, I just walked in the door and they said, oh, why are you here? What? It's off today. So, and then the defense attorney walked in and we have to find a new day. Yay. But I get paid the minute I walk in the door. So that's a good pay for being there for 5 minutes and having a cup of coffee and telling war stories.
It's not bad at all.
Judge Bryant? I don't know who Judge Bryant is.
No.
Sounds like a.
Oh, yeah.
I know a Judge Bryant in the state of Georgia, but.
I knew a Kobe Bryant, but too soon.
Always get
Yeah,
paid.
and that's a great thing about being able to do court from your office, that you don't have to drive in there and they say, well, bye. Luckily, I only live 2 kilometers from our courthouse, so it take me 5 minutes to go there.
Mm-hmm.
Do you walk?
Does the bear wear a funny? No, I can't use that one. You won't get it. No, of course I don't walk.
Oh.
No, because I have to be in court at 9 in the morning, and then sometimes you sit there until 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and then you're tired and you just want to go home. You don't want to go for a walk.
Gotcha.
So yeah.
Sure. I wonder
Yeah.
how old Judge Bryant is.
Well, I don't know. Texas Judge Bryant is the one with a different purse and flowers behind her all the time. It might be her.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
See, now I've got to look her up and see if it's who I think it is.
Oh, yeah, Gosney is doing something from Supreme Court.
Mm-hmm.
That could be interesting as well.
I see.
We're just sitting here filling time.
Gordon Bryant.
Did you text to speak again, Judge? Not Judge David. Judge David. Yeah. You should become a judge. You could do it better than all the judges we've seen. I don't know. Let's go back to Rosemary because my brain is mush. And just an update. 8 hours of deliberating with the new jury.
Yep.
As long as you don't want me to call you daddy, I can call you Your Honor.
To Home Depot, and then I went to Bob's Furniture with my wife and my daughter. I went to Bob's Furniture. We were looking for some furniture for my daughter's new apartment, and we went there to look for stuff. And I don't remember going to the Walmart, but I could have gone to the Walmart. And you know what the wife says? No memory of going to Walmart. You know what the daughter says that the police knew about? No memory of going to the Walmart. 4:30 in the afternoon. You stop what you're doing when you told the police you were home, and you go buy a pair of pants.
That's kind of very.
Let's talk about the Bob's Furniture.
Sorry?
I said it's kind of that to me, like not remembering that, I think is a little weird. Don't you? Because if you're just going to Walmart specifically to buy a pair of pants, I feel like you will remember doing that. It'd be different if you were just at Walmart, like buying time, and then you happen to buy a pair of pants with all of the other stuff you bought and not remembering doing that. But to go there specifically for that, I don't feel like you would forget.
Yeah, and again, men buy 1 pair of pants a year normally. Maybe every 2 years. But my mind went to the map thing again. Do we know where he lived? No, we haven't talked about that.
No, we haven't figured out where he lived, but from her house, it was 17 minutes.
Yeah, and that's the one I wanted to look at because as we talked about, if she lives here and Walmart is here, that could explain he had been at the scene. I can just pull this down so I don't have to do. I can also do this because I'm really smart sometimes. We had her house here and the Walmart was kind of here.
Mm-hmm.
So we found out that was a 17-minute, I believe. But is his house here or here or here since he goes to this Walmart? Because
that's and that's also a different city too. That's the thing about it is it's not in the same city. And those cities are very close together in that little area. So her drive where, is not a very long drive.
No, but it took a long time because she was here and then she went here and then she went there and then she went over here and went home and took the big route or the small route around. But even the smallest route from the house to all these points, we made it out to be 40 minutes of driving.
Mm-hmm.
But let's say he lives over here. Is there any Walmarts closer to his house that could explain that could change the story?
Right.
Because let's just say we have the Walmart here. He goes to this Walmart. We know that. And that's 17 minutes away from their house. Does he live near any other Walmart? Because Walmart have the same stuff in every store.
Right.
You can find those fleece pants in every Walmart in the US.
Yeah. What's to say he doesn't live 40 minutes away?
He could live here or he could live here.
And which
Could
makes a
that
big
be-
difference because there could be a Walmart in between those 2 points. And if the Walmart was halfway between those 2 points, it would still be quicker for him to go to that particular Walmart, which is only a 5-minute drive, for example, from his house, as compared to, is it a 45-minute drive to that Walmart? Why would he go there whenever there's several others that are closer to him? I understand what you're saying.
Well, also,
Yeah.
like, regarding Dave's question, like, he's been to Walmart and he wouldn't remember. Like, I was actually that as a legitimate question to you guys. Like, you were going to buy a pair of pants. Would you remember what you like? Wouldn't you remember doing that day? Or would it just be like, whatever? I totally forgot I stopped by there.
Yeah, I just happened to pick up some. I never even thought about it. You know.
Is this better, Jude? Should I keep it blue? Can you see that one?
Who's good?
Oh, people are getting nice to me now. I like
You
it.
are so nice.
Yeah, but could that be what they were talking about with the map? Trying to figure out why.
Well, yeah, but I'm trying to think of it as like in the aspect that he didn't do anything, and it was just a average day, and he just happened to stop by Walmart. I mean, clearly you'd remember if you did something to somebody.
Yeah, I mean, there's
Why
been
could work?
times that I've stopped off at a store to pick up something. I don't go to Walmart. I try to avoid that, like, like any sort of like really bad disease.
Mhm.
Can you answer Stephanie just so she doesn't
Coming
forget
in
that?
late. Did you miss anything, Stephanie? The only thing that you've missed is all the smexy talk coming from Broken Baker,
Mhm.
especially from our lovely, lovely co-host there,
Chizzy.
Jamie. She has made our days brighter and more enjoyable because without her, we would wander lost in this wild, wild world of craziness.
No.
So no, you haven't missed anything. Just Jamie's smexy talk.
Yeah, and but I was just sitting there thinking that could be interesting, but we don't know anything about Mark's whereabouts at the date because his only alibi is I was at home. I was getting a physical therapy at around 9 to 10 in the morning, and then I went home, and then we know he was buying pants at 4. And as Dave said, he's been in Walmart for 3 times, and he knows everything he bought. Yeah.
Oh, I thought he said he didn't know. Maybe that's kind of why I was confused, I guess.
No, he said.
That's why I thought he said he didn't remember everything that he bought.
Didn't he say he?
I read that wrong.
That's what I thought.
Well,
Yeah.
I still can't. Yeah, well, he can't remember, or maybe it's just his text to speak.
Maybe
Sometimes it does weird thing. That happens sometimes.
Yeah.
But again, it was just being.
he said I still can't remember what I purchased each time. That's what I read. So
Yeah, but the last time I was in Walmart, I bought some socks. I bought a few Under Armour t-shirts, and we bought some candy, and the girls bought some. I think they bought some sweatshirts or something like that. But again, that was 2018. I might be misremembering that I bought more than socks and t-shirts. But again, the last time I went out to buy a pair of pants is not something you buy every day as a man. It's because men don't shop clothes. We hate going into a store and look. We know exactly which pair, which size we need, and we get it in 2 seconds, and we're out.
Yes.
We don't sit at home on the couch and think, I haven't had a pair of fleece pants in a long time. I should get some fleece pants.
And
Well,
if we do, we just walk in and get what we want and move on.
Yeah.
Like shopping for guys generally is pretty bland.
You guys will hang on to the rattiest clothes until
Hey,
you start dating somebody that's like, can I buy you something, please?
I was wondering who was I talking to, and it was I was on with waifu and talking with Howard, and he said something. I was like, oh my god, I have underwear that's older than you. Not underwear, but I do have shirts that I was wearing back in the 90s.
Yeah, as long as there's no holes in it, why throw it out? And
Well, most of
underwear,
them do have holes in it, but that was sort of the setup at the time.
Yeah, but that's the difference between men and women, because we have our fancy underwear, and then we have the I'll buy some new, and then I throw these out. As long as everything stays inside, you can have a hole or two extra in them.
Please,
Yeah.
please stop doing that.
No,
My wife and I, while we were on our anniversary trip to Florida, doing this dive trip, I had because I'll wear like a Speedo, like a longer Speedo underneath my dive suit, because it's easier to get the they're like biker shorts is what they look like, but they're easier to get the
a wetsuit.
3 mil suit on.
Yeah.
Because it just slides right up over that. It's like almost like having a second skin that just super slick. And so I took that off, and I had a pair of cargo shorts, and I threw those on, because I don't, what's the point? Everything's pretty much dry at that point anyway, and just throw some dry clothes on. And I sit down in the car and drive to go pick up some groceries on our way home after our dive. And we get out and walking through the store, and my wife was like, you got a hole in your pants. I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess so. And then we, walk through the store, get our stuff. And she was like, I mean, it's a good thing you're wearing clothes underneath that, because that's a pretty good size hole. I was like, yeah, okay. I sit down in the car, and I hear this rip. I was like, well, that was a pretty good rip. And she was like, yeah, that sounded like it was a pretty good rip. And I just grabbed a hold of the shorts and started peeling them off. She goes, God, those are just coming apart at the seams. You need to get some new ones. I was like, I've had these since before we got married. She's like, what is wrong with you?
Oh my god.
No, the fancy ones usually you don't
less
see.
than a year old.
Yeah, the fancy ones you can see through.
Or the edible ones. I don't have juicy.
We call them commando. That's the fancy ones. That means I wear those whenever I want to get a little bit of something.
Yeah.
What?
I'm thinking Halloween, I'll be dressing up for Adam when we stream on Halloween, Jamie. Will you be Eve?
You're supposed to be Glenn.
I don't know if I can pull off a Glenn.
Yes, you could. It would be so fun.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No,
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
no.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has. Everybody has.
The judge is like, the hell did you just?
Oh, Oh, you just
Yeah.
gotta find a good polo shirt striped like that. Get yourself a mullet wig. Those are easy.
I'm not sure
That's-
I could fit my rather large behind into a pair of hot pants. So
You know, the worst part is Baker will probably put them on backwards.
yeah, I
It's
am
juicy on the
probably
front.
it's it what's the front of the back? What are we talking about? Because then is the below small?
Are you a small or a medium small? Yeah, he's got to get the.
I remember back when girls run around in their sweatpants with juicy on them.
Juicy or Victoria's Secrets had the pink sweatpants that everybody wore with the pink on the butt.
I didn't
Yeah.
wear them.
No, but we looked at it. But I kind of hated that because there was that, I don't know what you call that fabric. That was just
The like velour
yeah, kind of velour-ish, and
with like the zip up jackets. They had the sets. Yeah.
yeah, I didn't like that. Velour is kind of something you wear in Florida when you're retired. I had so many velour sweater vests when I was a kid. My mom, she used to sew clothes for us because we were 4 kids and they were poor. So the first couple of years in school, I always had velour sweater vests on. I was a cute kid.
Sweater vest. Oh.
Yeah. I think I have a picture with it on.
We had like the fleece vest, Old Navy vest. Those are popular for like a hot minute.
Yeah, that wasn't that about the time that it was right after the life vests or whatever that people would wear.
Yeah, like the big puffy vest. Yeah.
And somebody was like, "Oh yeah, puffy coats are coming back in style." I was like,
God, I hate puffy coats.
that was a thing.
It sure was. And it was ugly as heck.
I know in the 80s it was very common for guys to wear boat shoes with no socks.
Oh God, boat
And
shoes.
the smell emanating from them feet, those leather shoes. Oh, oh, yuck, horrible. I think parachute pants are making a way back in though. I know mullets are.
Oh, mullets are.
Pretty soon it'll be rat tails. They'll have the
I
little rat
don't
tail.
like it. I don't like it at all.
I mean,
Yeah.
mullets aren't just for lesbians anymore. Don't you know?
They aren't for anyone. It should not be a thing.
I can't find it. I used
You
to
you
have it
remember
here.
the little rat tails that the guys would get? It'd be just like
Oh yeah.
a little rat tail, and it would be just this one little braid up the back. So damn hilarious. Yeah, see, MLS says he's growing a stallion.
Boke, yeah, we'll be sitting here on the day of the rapture because this trial will never ever end. But we will be
Never
having
ending.
fun. We have been going to fashion, the differences between the sexes, not positions, but just male and female, and a little bit of the opening statement from Rosemary, because sometimes you just need to keep yourself entertained a little bit while you're sitting here thinking, you've been in that room 8 hours, people. Didn't you watch the trial? Get on with it. But we can't threaten a jury. Yeah, Jamie don't remember the 80s.
Oh, that's true. That's true. I forget.
80s, but
Yeah,
I wish.
parachute pants. It was just you know the sound that parachutes make, that rustling sound. Well, it's 100 times louder in the halls of a school when everybody's wearing those. I was always the odd one out. I wore blue jeans all the time. Like everybody's wearing parachute pants. I still wore blue jeans.
Oh, I had my skater days where we wore the with
You did not. Stop it.
I did. I was kind of sweet sometimes once. You would be surprised.
I know.
That's luckily I don't think any pictures from, well, there's a picture from school. We were interviewed about something, so you could probably find it in the newspaper's archive where we were real cool guys. I can't even remember what we're talking about, but me and my crew was hanging out. Yeah, back in the day where you had like the crisscross. We didn't turn our pants around, but no, I don't actually think it's some. But you had what's the name of those pants? They were really, and you had the what the plaid uh, shirt that you used as a coat and stuff like that. It was amazing back in the day.
He probably
Well,
still has them.
I can't fit in them anymore, so they are thrown out.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean my high school clothes. Let's see, because that was the 80s. Yeah, everybody was wearing like the ripped up jeans, but because we were so poor that I had to wear hand me downs, I wore bell bottoms. Oh, I got teased endlessly, but I didn't care. It was just it's like, yeah, I have pants. They're all hand me downs, but shit, I didn't care.
No, I wore my brother's clothes for many a year.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
Not his underwear,
That's
but rest of his clothes.
well, it just went commando.
Yeah.
So no, but that's just the way it was. Nothing special in that. But no, back in the days, I can remember all the girls turned into hippies around. When did the Doors movie come out? 1991,
Oh God. Yeah.
and all of them dyed their hair and jumped into those ugly. What do you call those jackets that you pull over your head that look kind of like a carpet?
Oh, burkas,
No, not burkas, not full burkas, but
scarves.
no, you had it's a jacket, but you don't do it in the front. You just take it over the head. In Danish, and it's an anorak. I don't know what's called in the. It's kind of like a sweatshirt, but it's just a jacket. Um, it's like a hoodie, but a jacket. Someone had,
Okay. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
yeah, not the
Like a
Mexican one.
poncho, like a poncho.
Yeah, but it's just like a hoodie, but it's a jacket, and they all kind of look like they were made out of carpet,
Yeah.
and that was real cool back in the beginning of the 90s, and getting nose piercings that you made at home,
Yep.
the infected noses I've seen.
Yeah. See, I pierced my septum in the 80s because I thought it was cool until it got all snotty, and then I got rid of it. Like, yeah, I
Yeah,
can't. I can't. I had that for a while.
and using old T-shirts, you just you advertise a bit more because you stretch the fabric a bit more. It works sometimes. Hemp drug rocks. It could be.
Yeah. That's they called it here. That's what they called it here in the US. But yeah, I remember those.
Yeah, they were ugly.
Yeah, my nose never got infected. I mean, it's still there. The hole is still there. But I never gauged it up or anything. But
Oh, that's so
yeah.
nasty.
Well, I
It's
also started getting being out quite a bit more, and a lot of people wanted to get in fights and crap like that. You get that thing grabbed a hold of. It was horrible. It
Yeah,
was
I've seen it
horrible.
done to both earrings and nose rings because back in the skater days, guys started wearing earrings again, and I've seen those torn out in fights. It bleeds like a
Yep.
lot of things.
That's whenever I got rid of. That's whenever I got rid of all my earrings. I've got 4 or 5 piercings over here and 4 or 5 over on the other side. but I started getting into just started getting older and realized I didn't need to have the bling up there anymore. So
No. I have told the story about my friend who gave himself a Prince Albert, haven't I? Without sterilizing the needle. No, he did sterilize the needle, but because he was lacking a ring, so he just pulled that one out he had in his ear. That's not
no,
intelligent.
no, that's
So
guaranteed to make you have to sit for the rest of your life.
no, 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 no. It just got infected. He had some penicillin and yeah. Well, he wasn't the smartest guy I knew. And
No.
he was also named Swinbird.
uh yeah, I stopped wearing the stopped wearing the earrings, you know.
I can say Prince Albert. He was the husband of Queen Victoria.
Yeah.
No, the son of Queen Victoria. There's nothing wrong in that.
Was the son of Queen? Yeah, that's right. Son.
Yeah. Or was he the husband? I can't remember, but there's nothing wrong in saying Prince Albert. I didn't say that he took an earring out and put it in his.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. No, and back then when you got the guys had those big hoopy things, it was great to tear an earlobe with those.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, you turned out all right, so
Yes.
it didn't hurt your family to having a Bird in it. But no, that's again back in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Aqua have a song about that. No, that's the 80s.
Well, the 80s is whenever I, went through a little more of the wild phase. I had a mohawk and, piercings, got most of my really crappy tattoos. And then you just get to an age where you're like, you know what, this really just is, I'm not really making a statement because everybody looks the same.
Yeah, that's kind of whenever the emo culture rolls around, and every girl is, I'm gonna be so different with my black eyeshadow and my black hair and my sour puss face.
And I'm going to
Nope.
hang out with all my friends that have black hair and sourpuss face and black makeup. And it's like, oh, aren't you cute? Bless you. Punker face. Oh yeah. Yeah. I was then invented underwear to keep their bits close during combat. You don't want anything dangling out there in the open. Exactly. And yes, Mass. I had a severe punker phase. I went through like total punk rock. It was not uncommon to see me wearing a kilt, leather jacket, and just being an asshole to people. And then I sort of grew up.
Punk is kind of the emo for guys,
Yeah.
where you hate everything and everything is the I don't like, no one understands me. Yeah.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I'm probably on some videos whenever I was out in California because I look different and that's saying a lot in California. I look different where people would stop and want to, chat.
Yeah, I can remember Y2K when people thought everything was gonna end. That was a fun New Year's Eve. I spent it in Copenhagen. I was sober. That was not fun. Being at a party where everyone else is drinking and you're sitting there thinking, well, can we just get past midnight so I can say goodbye and go back and sleep?
Fedorowski hits it right. So that's what I did is I got rid of the kilt and I did start wearing a flannel shirt, and then all of a sudden that became trendy.
Yeah.
Because it was the whole what do you call it?
Yeah, grunge thing.
Grunge thing. And whenever it works great whenever you're in Seattle because of the weather. But I guarantee you get your ass out to Florida in the middle of summer, and you don't want to be wearing flannel. It gets pretty damn.
I want
pretty
to
damn
see
hot.
Dave with a mohawk. That's
That would be interesting.
That's your 5,000 subscribers goal. Is if you get 5,000 subscribers, you grow out a mohawk.
Shit, I get 5,000 subs. I'll shave it all in a mohawk.
Yeah, but have you seen Dave's starting point? It
Mm-hmm.
can be quite a daunting task to grow a mohawk.
Yeah, that wouldn't be any sort of comb over. It would be a comb forward. So you just bring all that forward, and you get that like, Liberty spikes.
Or you can just do the fire starter hair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like her, like Rosemary.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't. That's the thing, MLS. I wasn't setting trends. It was the people that I was hanging around with. Then we would just find like weird, odd things to wear. I mean, it was not uncommon to see me in California with no shirt, no underwear, just wearing a kilt leather jacket and a pair of jump boots.
Yeah, and so individual, so emo, and so
Oh yeah.
punk, and everyone was just wearing stuff like that. So
Well, and
yeah.
what was really cool is running into a guy that had a tie-dye shirt there that had been there for freaking ever in California. And he just laughed whenever he saw me, and he just shook his head. And I was like, what's so funny? And he was just like, yeah. He goes, I'll see at least 50 of you guys dressed just like this a day. And we got into a conversation. He said, you have to remember because this was about the time that Jim Morrison movie came out with the Doors, whatever.
Yeah.
He said, there were 50 bands playing the same thing, looked like Jim Morrison, sounded like Jim Morrison. He just happened to be at the right place at the right time. The whole band was, and that's why they got signed. But there were plenty of bands that had the keyboard as a bass player saying the same stuff, and they were poetry, and they were beatnik, but angry, and blah, blah, blah. Same sound, everything. I mean, you could have taken any musician and put him in Jim Morrison's place at that time. It was nothing unique. I was like, and then it forced me to look around and see the kind of bands that I was watching and seeing playing that were, like the unsigned bands, and all of them looked and sounded the same. They were playing the same kind of music, different little groups, but you'd like have your vampires and your goth and your metal and your punk rock and your blues and everything else. And it was just, I mean, you could take these musicians and interchange them anywhere inside there. Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah, but that's kind of like the same with us YouTubers.
Mhm.
What's the difference between you and I and Dave and
Yeah,
someone else?
we're all covering pretty much the same thing. We're discussing the same kind of material, making some of the same jokes.
Yeah, but that's why you have to have your own personality, and because
Mhm.
it's kind of easy when the trial is going. Then you
Right.
can just sit here, a good argument.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounded clever. Hey, Iris. But why should I watch you or I? That's the same with the bands, because if you have 20 Nirvana copies, you don't find new Nirvana because it's just copies. But if some of them just tweaked it a little bit and did a little bit different, they would get noticed. And it's the same with streamers. It's you have to be different in some ways. You have to either have a weird accent or be a really good storyteller or stuff like that. Um, and
Well,
that's the same in bands because it's so easy to just play copy music.
yeah. Well, it's also easy to do the same thing everybody else is doing. I mean, that is an easy thing to do, but it's not about the easy thing to do. It's about even if it's the easy thing to do, is it something that you enjoy doing? Are you passionate about it? Because
Yeah.
if you don't enjoy it, then doing something that everybody is doing is going to seem like work to you. You're not going to get any enjoyment out of it at all. There, you don't have to always be unique and set yourself apart from the rest. Be yourself and be happy with what you're doing. See?
Yeah,
Watch
but
this
but
shit.
but again, you have to show that you are you. Understand
Yeah.
me correctly, that because if you just want to being the next Dave and do what Dave does,
Right.
then
Or the
there's no
next
reason to
Nick
watch you,
Rekieta.
because you have Dave and he's a great streamer. Or you could have a copy of him who's just doing exactly the same. Then, and I think a lot of people find out maybe the hard way that it's not as easy, because I thought just turn it on and then it'll come from itself.
Mm-mm.
And then I figured out sometimes you're sitting here for, what are we up to now? Into close to 30 hours, we have just been filling air.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can't do that, then and we have 47 people watching. Thank you all so much for showing up and showing us a little love. Remember to go over and tickle Shizzy's little thumb. He giggles like Jamie if you do it. And and again, it's the same in the music business, because everyone can play Metallica.
Right.
That's the first thing you learn when you get a guitar. But you have to
Oh,
make
for
it
me,
a
it was Smoke on
little
the
bit
Water, but
different. Yeah, well, yeah. Ang. That's the only thing I can play on guitar.
Yeah. And it's not always about setting yourself apart from the rest. It's finding where you're happy and you find that happy place to be. If I'm trying to push to do everything that the baker does, that's not a good thing. If I try to push everything that Nick Rekieta was doing, or anybody else that's up there, the what is it, the Mr. Beast, you can take from their experience and what they're doing, and maybe gives you some ideas how to do something, um, or how to approach it, and use it as inspiration, and as a guide, but not to imitate. I think that's probably the best way to do it. Maybe that's what I'm looking at. Yeah. A giggler. One by Metallica. I never really liked One. Never really liked it. That was just me. Stairway to Heaven by Zeppelin. Yeah.
No, but again,
I never learned Stairway either.
I was talking to a friend today when we were in IKEA, and uh, and she was like, "How long have you been covering this?" And I said, "Yeah, whatever." I said, "I could never do that." I said, "Well, I didn't think I could either." But I said, "What are you talking about?" I said, "I don't know. You know me, my mouth starts going, and it doesn't stop." And that's a good thing to have when you're just sitting here.
Yeah.
I can't even remember one.
Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I mean, I could probably figure it out if I noodled around with it long enough, but
You heard it here,
wasn't
ladies. If you just give him time, he will noodle around with it.
noodle around with it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I tried to stay away from learning as many covers as possible, which was always would piss off a lot of the bands that I'd be in. It's like, why haven't you learned his covers? Because I don't like the way it's written. Yeah, there are definitely much better songs. I mean, I preferred Ride the Lightning over Injustice for All. That was just me personally.
Yeah. Yeah, but again, that's are really great cover bands, and some are really great original bands, and that's. But the funny thing, every time someone hits a gold mine, everyone wants to be the next one to prospect that gold mine. How many Taylor Swift wannabes do you think
Oh
the
God.
record label saw? And she's started to dating someone in public again. So now there's a new shitty album next year. This can't you pass a law in the U.S. that Taylor Swift can't date? Because it always leads to a new album about how bad that man was. If every relationship ends in a disaster, either you're bad at picking dates or you're the problem.
Oh, yeah. There was who the hell was I talking to? It was because it was about the time that No Doubt was sort of not very relevant, and I was talking to somebody that was on tour with them. I think it was whatever. I don't even remember what tour it was off the top of my head. And they and I was like, oh, that I didn't realize Gwen Stefani was so short. Her you know her hips were that wide. Okay, cool. I mean, she's cute. It was just like it's like, yeah, she's a little weird. I was like, a little weird. What do you mean? It's just like ah, just you'll find out. I was like, okay, yeah, I won't say anything more.
No.
Get
Well,
me in trouble.
yeah, but and that's that's yeah. Maybe sometimes we should. But again, if you blow up and everything is put on the front cover, everything again, just like if you end up in court, everything is blown way worse than it is, or way better than it is, and we've seen it with Britney. Leave Britney alone. After she got her freedom back, and now she's dancing with knives, and she seems like
A hot
she might
mess.
have hit the cuckoo pills one too many a time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, Kelsey or whatever his name is, he knows that there's an album in his future, and he's not gonna share his
Mhm.
her millions with him because uh, it's kind of like that Pete Davidson who just make the rounds, and every semi hot girl dates him to get relevant again. He must be hung like a horse because he's ugly and he's not funny and he's not rich. So what else do he have?
Hey, nobody's messing with Britney. Nobody's messing with Britney at all.
No, no, no.
She's doing herself.
Britney, Britney is the queen, but she got a little when when she got a bit older. But that happens to most. Mhm. Yeah, hung like this jury.
Yeah, pretty much. God, what is going on with them? I just don't understand.
68 to 72. Elvis was the best Elvis when he made his comeback and the beginning of Las Vegas until he did Aloha from Hawaii. That's the best Elvis because that's when he both did the rock, he did the gospel, and I really like that period. I'm a great Elvis fan. I'm a big Elvis fan, and I like that. I like some of his older stuff, but the audio and like you said, every band had the same 3 minutes. You had two verse, then you had a shitty guitar solo, and you did the last verse. Boom,
Yep.
and it's every song.
Yep.
Jeg ved det godt, det var derfor, jeg også sagde det. Nogle gange, der skal du høre efter.
See, I started while I was playing a lot of blues and that kind of stuff. It was when I first started getting involved in it, everyone wanted to be Stevie Ray Vaughan. I was like, man,
Mm.
I was not. I enjoyed what Stevie Ray was doing, but his brother Jimmy Vaughan was a much better guitar player, but not as well known. And you've heard of the
Så det
Fabulous
er din skyld.
Thunderbirds. You've heard of the Fabulous Thunderbirds. That's
Yeah.
Jimmy Vaughan, which is Stevie's older brother. Stevie Ray Vaughan, yeah. And then I started listening to stuff like Morphine, which you had a bass player, a horn player, and a drummer. Started listening to a little bit more of that style of music. It was a little bit more like, I don't know, odd, and it didn't always follow the same kind of pattern. Started listening to stuff like Sausage was one of my favorite ones, which ended up becoming Primus. Yeah. I saw from South Park up there. Wanted to learn to play guitar. Decided to take lessons. My instructor did not teach me how to play. Taught me one song. I don't think he liked it. Life. Exactly.
Imagine
Oh,
sitting there with a 40-year-old man who said, "I really like to learn to play the guitar," and he's just thinking, all those hours you have to practice to get your finger right, and when you have to learn how to read notes. And,
see,
I
I never
just
learned to read.
say bam, 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 bam.
Yeah, I never learned to read music. I probably could if I took like the time to do it.
Do
Earth,
you
Wind, and Fire.
remember?
Yeah, yeah. I like a lot of the old R&B, like quite a bit of it. I hear you talking. I hear you talking. You're talking about Stevie Ray Vaughan. Yeah, no, like I said, I like Stevie's playing. It's just whenever everybody's doing it, you're just like, okay. I mean, I also like Dwight Yoakam, like his early stuff.
What's
Guitars and Cadillacs, hillbilly music, awesome song.
and that's another thing. There's a lot of great music out there that you never hear because, again, just like news, it's the media who picks who you're gonna like, and
Mhm.
80% of people are just thinking, "Well, Britney must be good because she's on MTV all the time." Jamie, you're not here, but MTV was a music channel. It was before they were really heavy into teen pregnancies.
What
Um,
Well, MG Law puts in there Chicago, but
yeah.
I liked Chicago Transit Authority much better. And if you know anything, you know that was the name of Chicago before they became Chicago. It was Chicago Transit Authority.
But there's
They
so much, and there's whole genres. And when I watched Justified and that opening bluegrass thing, I just fell in love with that sound. I had to go look that up because we don't do country, we don't do bluegrass stuff like that. It's nothing. Maybe if you think you're from Texas and you ride around in a old caddy here in Denmark, you might listen to stuff like that, but normally you'd never hear it. You never hear it on the radio anywhere. Um, then it has
Oh,
to be
wow.
Billy Ray Cyrus or something like that. But
Oh, that's horrible. That's
no,
horrible.
but yeah,
Billy Ray Cyrus.
and
It's just
that's
that's where country music is heading back again. Same way with rock music is turning into that same kind of thing. Max Headroom. Yeah. Yeah, Max Headroom was always fun. Had to change the name because of actual Chicago Transit Authority. Exactly. But like that old stuff from Chicago is really good. There's one where they do a, I believe it's a Yardbird song that they do. Which is really, really good. And then Steve Winwood, I'm trying to think of the name of it, Steve Winwood's band. Damn it, off the top of my head. It's slipping my mind. But I'm the Man was a really good one by Chicago, or whenever they were Chicago Transit Authority. Yeah, that was really, really good. I'm a man. I wish I could play music on this thing, because I could throw some music up there and just like rock your socks off.
Yeah, that's kind of the annoying part, because a lot of times you really want to show people some music or something. We can't do that. I got my copyright strike. They uphold it,
Yeah.
but it falls away. Is it 30 days or whatever? But it's there's so much music out there, and as you said in the beginning when we started this talk, there's so many you never hear, and and then all of a sudden there's The Doors or Elvis or something. It's just a fluke which band will be picked up, and if you go to the underground scene and hear stuff like that, and there's a lot of great musicians who's just playing in small bars for tips. So that's, but again, it's like everything else. You need to be at the right place at the right time, and just be lucky.
Yeah. I mean, if you put into perspective, and this is sort of the way that I view YouTube on it also, with when I was out in California, you had, I don't know, 50,000 musicians easily and 10,000 bands. And out of those 10,000 bands, maybe two would get signed. It just, your numbers decrease, like actually get signed and picked up by someone. Didn't mean that the music wasn't good or that artists weren't good, but there was always going to be someone with much more talent, much better. And it's pretty much a luck of the draw. You just have to be in the right place at the right time, say the right thing. And that's how I look at YouTube. It's a grind, but if you're not enjoying it, then it's even more of a grind. It has to be
Yeah.
something that you enjoy, and never expect to become YouTube famous. If it happens, cool. But you'll see there's a lot of people that become YouTube famous, and that then they just disappear into obscurity, like, because they weren't wanting that at all. they
No,
they
and
weren't ready for it.
and you get burned out, because
Mhm.
again, we've been doing this for 16 days, I believe. You jumped in a couple of days into it, and I need a day or two where I don't. Uh, I, and the worst part is the second I say, "Oh, now we have a verdict. Everyone, see you later. I'm gonna go lie on my couch and take some days off." Then I feel I could just do an hour, and that's a good feeling,
Mhm.
because sitting here for the 15th or 16th day in a row and thinking, "Oh my freaking god! If I see Surnbird's name in the chat one more time, I'm gonna throw up." You have to do something else, uh, because the audience can feel it on you too if you're not in it. And it's the same when tours end, when they do this year-long tours, you can feel the energy go away from the band in the end of it. They just want to go home and not be there anymore, and then they can come back 2 years later and make a new great tour.
Oh, it's not that. It's just because you miss out on a lot of other things that you're wanting to do. Like I've got a 3D printer that I need to put everything together. to get that up and running. But I still also need to do streams, and this weekend will probably be the day. Well, I don't know, because I've got to get like probably about 2 tons of dirt to my house this weekend and get it spread so my wife can plant her peonies plants and all that other stuff. So, a lot of stuff takes a back seat,
Yeah. Yeah,
and
I've been putting around with that studio for a week now, and I
right.
get stuff for it, and it's just lying on the table, getting ready to be set up. And no, I don't need money to endure this, because if I was only in this for the money, I would burn out the second. I would be like, I don't know if you know DSP, sitting here every time say, guys, we really need to have these contributions running. We've been going for an hour now and only have $50 on my PayPal. Come on, guys, let's move.
Oh no.
I hope I never turn into that guy.
No.
I don't
No.
like grifting, and I really like to grift other people. I'm not good at it, because if I ever get a little bit of cash from this, I'll be eternally grateful, because I like to do what I do, and as long as I like to do what I do, and of course it would help that I just bought new cameras, new lights, new everything. It could be nice to get a little bit of it back, but if that's the motivation you go into doing YouTube, you will always be on the back foot, because you're always chasing the numbers, you're always chasing the next dollar, and I'll do fun stuff, and I know I can't come off holier than thou, because I got drunk on a stream, and Brandon was very nice to the Zachariah Anderson found fun.
Right.
So yeah, I grifted a lot on that stream. I don't remember most of it, but it was fun, and
Exactly.
but we were just hanging out, chilling, and I was just in a mood where I really needed to get drunk. Uh,
Mhm.
I'm not I'm not sure that's something I'll do. I'll probably not do like Legal Vices has once a month drinking stream and that, but every now and again, if I feel like it, I will dip into the sauce, the man juice, as someone have made fun of me calling it, because yeah, I drink sometimes, but I don't like it when it's the paycheck you're doing it for.
Yeah.
I really like to meet all these crazy people, and I love when people are in my chat and just interacting, because that's the fun part of it. And yes, it would be amazing to be a millionaire on YouTube, but
Yeah,
I'm
and
not gonna be
like
it, and I'm not gonna go there and hope for it. But
yeah, it's
thank
like
you
I
for
did
this.
I did my 3D print stream because I needed watch hours, and somebody said, "Hey, why don't you just like put a cash app in there and I'll donate to it?" And I was like,
Hmm.
"Well, I guess I hadn't thought about it." It was like, PayPal. Okay, I can do that.
Yeah,
I did. I think I had the PayPal set up for that, and was just like, okay, well, I mean, if you want to donate to it, it's something that I planned on getting anyway, but it was mainly grifting for the watch hours. And
yeah, and
thankfully all these people like chipped in, and it cost me very little to get the stuff. And so now I'll end up doing another like grift stream, just mainly just for fun, but do hours and people watching and having fun, and they'll play the game in the
mm,
background, and I'll be printing out Dave's is David. I'll be printing out his big big masterpiece there, but I've got to get it all put together to do it.
and Mim, I know you didn't, and yeah, I could just set up a PayPal donation thing, because I had been taught how to do it now, and if I make a business account, I can even get it so I can send it to the IRS. But that's another problem with doing 15-day trials. We go off at it around 10 my time, and then I said to Shizzy, okay, it's going to be a short one tonight, because we talk down the stream. We just have to settle in our chair and say, now we're not on, we can talk a little bit. And then he said, oh, do you know about this program that can help with your audio, because you sound kind of like a choking mouse? And I said, no. Oh, thank you for helping me out. And then we had Wilhelm on, and he shows us another thing. And of course we have Jamie, who can say no to another second with Jamie. And then it's 12 o'clock, and I go to bed, and then I wake up at 5, and then I had to go to IKEA, and I had to build this chair, and then I had to do some other things, and then I had to do. So I just don't get to do all the stuff I should do. As I told Iris on the Discord, thank you for doing it, because I'm in a mush brain state now, because I have all the facts from this case stored in there, and I'm trying to keep it check on, so I don't get to do all of the stuff I could do on the sideline. That's why I say, give me a few days off, and then we'll do something again. Maybe we'll get to Jung's painting,
Yeah.
because now I have some lighting out there. So Jung, be ready for that, because I need you to tell me what colors I should use.
Yep.
Well, sometimes you can have it kind of a hobby and an occupation, but
hmm
as I told my daughter when she started working, you will never always be happy with your work. There will be days where you hate it, and that's the way of life.
And even with a
That's
hobby,
yeah,
there will be days that you don't enjoy it, or parts of it that you don't enjoy. Like, part of the stuff I do is, woodworking crap.
yeah,
And there's parts of it that I just want to, like, punch a hole through the wall part of it. But once you get past that, then you get to the easy stuff of it. Like, nobody likes, masking up a room to paint it a different color. They hate having to put all the masking tape up, and you spend all this time. We're talking, it could be 2 hours masking everything up, making sure, you've pulled off covers and all this kind of crap, just to paint a wall that takes 10 minutes,
yeah.
and then let it
Brandon,
dry for a few hours. And then
yeah,
you come
4
back
hours,
and
and then
pull
you go again.
masking tape.
Yeah. But Brandon, it was a great stream. I finished at least 2 bottles of something I had started already, so I like that stream. That's when I think I had MG Law and Lefty and the expert. Maybe you. I can't remember most of that stream. When I woke the next morning, I had to go check if I turned it off. So that's all. It's a great stream when you're not sure if you turned it off.
Right.
So yeah, but no, but that's why I could do baking streams every single day, but then I would hate baking. I like to pick it up and just do it when I like it.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I enjoy doing streams and hanging out with people, and getting to hang out with people like Baker and MLS and Jamie. And I mean, it's fun. There
Yeah.
is also a little bit of work, whereas as Baker's taken a big load of the work currently, because he's handling bringing up the chat. Woodworking, starting with a cheese board, what's the best oil to use to make it food safe? That would be mineral oil. If it's black walnut, but you can get a cutting board oil that's made specifically for it. You want to have some beeswax in it, and some mineral oil, like a good mixture of it. That really helps out. You
Well,
can
I
purchase
I,
good
uh, I need to tape everything off, because I can't hit anywhere within the lines, and that's why it's gonna be very interesting when I do my Spider Ninja for Jung, to see if I
Well,
can make any of that look good.
and I understand what Wicked Psyched is saying, but you have to understand that I'm not always the one painting it, because my wife likes to paint, so I make her tape shit off, because I've seen how she paints. She makes a mess of things.
Yeah, and yeah, I was looking into making that old school apple cake, because I haven't had that since my. I don't think I had it since my grandma died back in '97. Not
Wow.
the real deal like that one. So maybe I should try and make a smaller batch and see if it tastes as good, and then I can put. I'm thinking, because as the White Rabbit told me, put up the recipe and the shopping list a week
Mhm.
before, and then do it the week after as a bake along. I think that would be a good concept to do stuff like that, because if people want to learn the
Follow
tricks, it's
along.
easier when you touch the stuff.
Yeah, and also then they can follow along with what you're doing, you know, even if they have to pause Like if you were doing a live stream, they may pause and go, "Wait, what is he using there?" Okay,
Yeah,
let me play it
and
forward.
it's easier because I can tell you how to when you put the dough away to rise, you really need to tighten it up so the gluten can keep the CO2 inside the bread. And and I can't tell you how we do it, but you learn a certain technique with your hands where you twist and turn at the same time to make them really firm. And 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 that's easier if you have it in your hand. You can, or if you want to make a bun, that how you can roll it so it looks good. That's easier if you're standing with it in your own hands because you need to feel, and that you know that from woodworking, you can feel when it's just right.
Yes,
So
yes.
yeah, and you're right, Matt.
So
As
so
soon
you're
as
saying, say, working with your dough, you've got to get it to the right firmness
yeah,
to
exactly.
so that way you know that the everything's been combined correctly. Is that what you're saying?
That's the first part of it. If when you make your dough, but then when you cut it up, or if you leave it to rest for 30 minutes to begin with, just to make it start producing gases and that. When you do that, you have to make it into a ball. So you really tighten up the gluten. The gluten is the skeleton that keeps the air into it and
Okay.
keeps the flavor. Um, and then you chop it up, and then if you're gonna make something round, you'll uh, you make it into some small hard balls again, or if you want to stretch it out, it's just to make it sure that it rises
Okay.
properly. So yeah, and Mass is right. As soon as you need to have a timetable for your hobby, that's again why I shouldn't have a baking stream a week, because then I had to look up recipes, I had to make overlays, I had to make, and then you don't enjoy it.
Yeah, and I mean, that's why it's like also with woodworking. It's like if I showed you what I was working on, I mean, it could be hours and days in between doing things. Just because my time schedule. Like I had a talk with Dave about doing some um, getting working with some epoxy because you use it on he uses the same kind of epoxy on boats like it's a
Mm.
boat epoxy and trying to make this piece waterproof, but it's like you put the epoxy on and wait for about 3 hours, and then you do a quick roll, you make some more epoxy, you do a quick roll over to thicken it up a little bit more, wait 3 more hours, thicken it up a little bit more, and in the meantime I'm building something else, working on another piece. And it gets crazy the amount that you do. Well, it's funny that he's talking about Stevie Ray Vaughan. Stevie Ray Vaughan also played on Modern Love with David Bowie. That's Stevie Ray Vaughan playing.
What's the what's that gangster movie spoof about the rap group CB12? They had a song, wasn't it called Salty Balls or Big Balls or something? The big hit.
Oh, South Park.
No, it's way back when. It's a spoof on NWA and all the gangster movies that came out in the mid '90s.
Oh God.
I believe it's called CB12 or something. It was such a
Oh yeah,
stupid
with
movie.
with Chris, was it
Chris
Chris Rock
Tucker?
that did that? Chris Tucker, yeah. I think it was Chris Tucker.
CB4.
Yeah,
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 CB4.
yeah.
Yeah, that's the one.
That was so hilarious.
I'm not gonna play the
Yeah, don't
anything
play
from
it.
it.
Nope. Yeah, CB4.
Yeah, that's a great movie
Chris
of
Rock. It was Chris Rock. That's right.
yeah, Chris Rock, yeah. And it's back when they had these movies back in the '90s and early 2000s. That was a great,
Yeah,
and
because you also had what was it?
don't be a
And you get
menace
a
to
lot of those. You
society while
can't
drinking
make
your
a lot
juice
of
in the
them
hood.
anymore. That was with C. Thomas Howell. what's the name of it? Where he goes blackface to get into school. God,
Oh yeah.
you know which one I'm talking about. Yeah, no, that was a different one.
Yeah, I can't remember that one. Yeah.
There was a lot of movies out there. Big Balls
But
was
they,
AC/DC.
but CB4 had a song about balls too. Was it chocolate balls? I can't remember, but I can't play it because I just had one copyright strike. So yeah.
Well, and Mass is sitting there. So usually maybe woodworking projects better for video than streaming. You can make the pace that fits you. No, because the amount of dust and debris and it is not fun. The amount here's why I don't like making videos, and it's pretty straightforward why I don't like making them. One, I don't like the sound of my voice. I don't like doing edits. I hate having to come back and do edits, mainly because of that, but also to create a lot of you'll see a lot of these people that pump out videos, just straight up videos. Most of them they're creating live and they're not worried if they make a mistake. Me, I'm such a perfectionist in that kind of stuff where I would want to go back and edit it and I would spend 8 hours just creating a 15-minute video. That's why I don't like doing videos.
No,
That's just me.
I had to do when I took a media class. I had to do editing, and then you mess up and don't lock up the soundtrack, and then you get it moved a little bit, and then you have to go. How many times I hit Control C doing a 5-minute video? I think I wore the the paint off my keyboard because I had to do it over so many, and I don't have the skills for it. Wilhammer and Fedorowski and people like that who can
Mhm.
edit and put music on and make everything so great. That's a set of skills I have absolutely no way of doing stuff like that because I just get annoyed. It bores me to death to sit there in OBS and move stuff around and try to splice. Just making this little stupid thing I did. Uh, I don't know if Jung is here, but I made this little thing. And a little bit more, but I just hate it. Sit there, cut in it, put the music and put the text into. I can't. I hate it. When I do recorded videos, I just one take them, and
Well, and
if I mess up, just start over.
and see that, and that's where I run into problems too. Let me show you the one that because I've created intros for people, but then whenever it comes to me doing one for myself, I'm so horrible at it. I'll show you what I started working on because I mean I've done like some intros for like specific shows, but then I had one that I was like I really need to come up with something a little bit better. Let me see if I've got it here somewhere. See, I'm just horrible with these. Is it? See, like even finding them, I'm so damn awkward.
Yeah, but my problem with the video editing, I've been watching tons of videos about it and stuff like that, but I just find it so boring, and I can't store information I find boring. I can remember most of the details from this trial because it interests me. I can't when I open up Picasso, I have to look up what every little tab does again. It's so crazy that I can't remember anything like that.
Yep. Yeah, I think I found it.
but it's again, it's great if people want to get into those skills, and that's again a great thing, because as we were talking about yesterday, you taught me about the audio and Wheelhammer too. That's the great thing about YouTube. You can meet people who can up your game.
Yes.
I need to figure out how to make my own avatar, because this is just some I found that's copyright free, so I could use it. But I need to, if I'm gonna hit 1,000 and be monetized, I have to get my own avatar that no one can come and claim copyright on.
Yeah. So this is what I created. So bear with it.
In the bathroom taking a shave, and I heard a screeching, something between a screech and a whistle.
That's an Warner? No.
Yeah. So something like that. You know, and I just took some of the shorts and put those together and was like, oh, okay, here you go. I mean,
Yeah,
I did one for Valhalla, and turns out I got his like everybody that played it got got in trouble for it. And that's a badass song too, which really was so disappointing, because you know, I didn't want anybody's channel to get in trouble for it, but a whole bunch of people were just like, dude, my channel got demonetized. I'm like, fuck, I had no idea.
yeah, and that's kind of like baking. You have to do the 10,000 hours before you master something.
Yes.
So that's the big problem with especially if you don't find any interest in doing it. That's if you can't muster the interest, and it's kind of like we talked about earlier. If it's a chore to do it, you don't want to do it, and it takes you way longer to, because I could look into Picasa and sit here every day and do it for an hour, but I would hate myself for a full hour, and that's not good.
Well, and like for MG, whenever I put his together, when I did the intro for the stream that, and I'm actually going to send Caitlin the one that I did for her. It was like, I have an idea of what I can do, and then send it to them. And if they like it, then cool. If they're just like, yeah, it's like, what was it? MG, the first one that I did for me, was like, man, that's too long. He goes, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, everybody. And I was like, you know, and I don't take that as a bad thing. I take that as just like, yeah, it's too long. I need to shorten that up, kind of thing. And so instead of having him just where it just cuts off really early, I was like, how about I create something that's another much shorter one? Like that last one would be an outro for me, because it's long and
Yeah.
gives you time to like, okay, you know, a lot of times you know, like you have your outro, which is absolutely perfect. You have your intro, which comes in really well, and it's short enough that you can, you know, you can get everything set up, get your stream up and running, where you don't have like this big gap in there. And you know, doing a nice short one is really helpful.
Yeah,
For an
I have a
intro.
45 second in, because then I can go live and I can go through all the tabs to see if I'm connected with all of them, and then I'm ready. And I'll just have a 20-second out, because then I'll let it play for a bit and end the stream. Then you have time for everything to shut down. And different folks, different strokes, kind of like doorknobs. But I like it when you have, they don't go too long, because then you're sitting here and, oh, it's kind of like a mini movie that I have to watch for 3 hours before I get to the main show. And especially because you have a lot of footage on your intros, I just have the same over and over again. So if I let that run for 3 minutes or something like that with a countdown, people would get bored of that, because
Well,
it's just
you've seen the one that I did for Caitlin. You haven't seen that one? Caitlin's intro is pretty damn awesome.
50 hours to make, and a short can maximum be 1 minute. Yeah, I'd just turn on my camera and sit here for 7 hours. That's way less irritating than 50 hours of editing.
Yeah,
But again,
well,
not
that was just
everyone likes to be on camera either.
right. And that, but see, that's also, looking for those particular clips. I mean, I did Caitlin's intro, which I thought it turned out really good, and she offered stuff to it. Oh yeah, here we go. So it started out as much worse than this.
Much worse. So it's not good, but it has been worse. Keep that in mind, folks.
Yeah, this was much worse. But
Oh, it's where she flicks her hair,
mm-hmm.
and there's no copyrighted sounds or anything, because
Nope, you're fine. No, there's no issues with that.
Can you see it? It's right here in front of me, right now. Watch. No. Good heavens. You know, it went through me. It passed right through me. Me? I wasn't me.
I mean, is that not awesome? I mean, that
it's not suggestive.
Suggestive?
Do you think suggestive?
Maybe that's what she meant. No,
I don't know.
so Caitlin, I told her, I was like, send me some stuff of you just dancing around and acting goofy. I think I got the music for it, and sent her a copy, and she was just like, oh, I like it.
Yeah.
Cool.
You just have to do the face AI thing. So she goes on Rita Hayworth or all those. So you can really say it's her.
Well, I had actually pulled those clips first. I was like, God, I didn't realize she looked like Rita Hayworth. I just never really thought about it. I was like, oh gosh, if she had red hair, she would be like a dead ringer for her.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, that works. I just had those in there, and I joke not, sent clips of her dancing around and flipping her hair around and then turning. And I was like, oh man, I can just put all these in together. No, it worked out awesome, but sometimes, that's that's how it goes. And she's totally thankful for it. Like MG shortening his down, like helped out his intro a whole lot. You know, it ends up coming in quick, short, sweet, and then he's got that longer outro if he wants to use it. And it's I do it for one because, well, I can, and it also helps me to be able to do cutting and editing much quicker, and somebody else gets the benefit out of it, which I like. You know, I like that somebody enjoys it. And if MG was to come back and say, hey, can you pull this part out or change this up? Yeah, like 5-10 minutes, I could do it and make it happen.
Yeah, and again, I don't even know how to clip things on YouTube. I have seen that clipping tool. I don't understand what we do and when we do it and stuff like that. So,
I haven't figured out how to save them. That's my problem.
oh, talk about saving. Jamie is back to save my bladder because I have to water the roses, and you can talk a little bit to Shizzy.
Yeah.
Got out of a goofy meeting that could have been an email.
Well, I know that feeling. I know that feeling. I'm going to have to jump off here in a little bit to go and make lunch. The lovely wife is home today, so
Oh,
I can't be just hanging out doing my own thing as much as possible. Well,
Yeah.
no, because she'll go, I'm hungry, feed me. So, and I did my roast beef sandwich yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, it was glorious. It was glorious.
What are you thinking today?
I'm thinking make one for the wife and make one for myself.
Oh, more roast
So
beef.
so you take the roast beef and you heat it up in a skillet, not like sear it or burn it, just start heating it up. And before you do that, you get your mushrooms cut up and you start sauteing those. You use butter. I use butter. I don't like using olive oil. I hate it and despise it with a passion. I really do. It because it's so it's just really it doesn't it's really thin. Like you don't need a whole lot to do what I want to do with butter, and I like the flavor of butter over olive oil. So I'm sorry. So take the mushrooms, start getting those sauteed. If you want to use onions, you can do that. My wife, she would probably want some onions in hers. Then start heating up the roast beef. Once I've got it to temperature, I start folding it over on top of itself to fit on the bun. Butter the bun. Butter the bun. Get the buns buttered.
Those buns.
Yes, butter those buns. And then I'll pull the meat off of the larger skillet because it's folded up. Set it in the smaller one, couple slices of the Swiss cheese over the top of that, and then I can put the mushrooms up on top of the Swiss cheese, so it starts melting all of that. And because the skillet is pretty hot at this point in time, I can take those buns and each half of the bun and start searing them where they're almost like where they start to crisp up, and then put it all in one sandwich and pull the top one you put on top, the bottom one you spread some of your just pure horseradish sauce over the bottom of it, and then you set butter those biscuits. Set your meat on top of the buns. Give it a nice cut, and you've got a quick, easy meal. Takes like 5 minutes to make, if even.
Boy, any sides?
What? I said yesterday I like having my vegetables filtered through beef. So you feed the vegetables to the beef, they eat it, and then you eat the beef. Yes, stick the meat in the bun. You don't put your meat on the outside of the bun. You have to put it in between the buns.
Quit. Don't you start, chat.
is it with you people? Yes, stuff the bun. Yes, I'm a secondhand vegetarian. I love vegetables, especially when they're filtered through a large cow.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Well, hopefully, great success. You only eat dead animals because you're not supposed to eat the live ones.
I hope it's dead.
Well, that's what he said. He only eats dead animals. I was like, I hope so. Eating the live ones is bad. So, Jung, you like having your bun stuffed with meat. Load it in.
Mhm.
You don't want the meat if it doesn't stuff the bun. No meat in buns, no motorboating. So, no motorboating. Wow. Okay. So, got them.
Oh my god.
And see, lunchtime talk is always good. If your steak isn't going to move, then it's overcooked.
Do you really like
Yeah.
that?
Now, I do like having my my meat stuffed into a taco. Yeah, no motorboating. I am behaving.
Yeah.
I'm talking about lunch.
No,
You're
but
coming up
then
on lunchtime, and during lunchtime, you know what time it is. Iris know what time it is.
What time is it?
Yeah,
It's game time, isn't it?
It's game time, and hopefully she'll, because she's complaining that we do game time every time she doesn't have time to play. So Iris, now you have your for a 6-minute warning. At noon, we will be jumping off because Papa needs some food.
Papa needs some food.
Shizzy needs to butter some buns for his wife.
Yeah, he does.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then you stick around today. Stop doing all this real life stuff.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
you can
I
hang
just
out and play a bit.
meeting that was pointless.
Well, and because I have been running a poll, yes, that kind of poll, I will go ahead and end the poll here. See what we've got. Oh, it doesn't show. Wonderful. I have no idea what my poll is.
My poll says 30,
Oh, there it is.
33% thinks today, 11% tomorrow, and 56% say never.
Never. It's never gonna happen.
I have 40%, because mine is this the day they give a verdict? 40% say no, 33% say yes, and 26% say hope not. We love the pain.
Yeah. Hey, Alexi. Yeah, you chose the right moment because before he was talking about stuffed tacos.
Yeah.
Oh my
I
God.
mean, that taco has to be just stuffed and filled with meat to make it enjoyable.
Great success. We don't talk about sizes of polls. That would be rude.
I don't know. I've got 15 over here.
I got 68, so I have the bigger poll.
Yeah, your poll is much larger than mine.
Yeah.
No poll
Longer.
shaming.
Yeah, and that's why I'm not so crass that I will mention the size of my poll when Shizzy is here, because you get things like poll envy, and
Yeah,
for a
need
man,
poll envy.
especially for a man, poll envy can be a devastating thing.
It can. You know, they do make a pill for that though.
Just to make it harder, not larger. I know you can see it on YouTube that or on in the internet in those commercials that you can grow your pole, but yeah, do I have 69 now? Yeah, I have
Well,
69. 69 votes.
There's a better way to, keep your poll larger. Just have young talk. for you.
Oh yeah, if Young comes in here and talks, the poll might grow.
Yes.
Shenanigram,
I bet
hope,
that poll would go up at least 100.
yeah, I hope your surgery went well and you're feeling better and you came just in time for playtime, because today has been, as the last 5 days, us yappering and nothing happening. So far, this jury, the new jury as we can call it, has been voting for more than 9 hours. Combined with the 18 or 19 hours the old jury did, we are more than a full day of verdict. We are up to what it took them to reach an agreement in the third case, which was 27 hours. If my math is correct, we are between 37 and 38 hours of voting verdict watching right now.
Mm.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yes. You can definitely hold a poll.
I love
You
a
can
buttered
come over
biscuit.
here. What was that?
I love a buttered biscuit.
Oh, well, I'm going to go butter some bun.
Yeah.
So I will be back probably a little bit before you, but I'll be back.
Yeah. We'll yeah, but
Yeah,
we
sure.
we run out of topics, but then someone crazy in chat makes us jump onto a new one.
There we go.
I see I've been gone and you haven't moved on the close either.
See,
The open.
I'll I'll leave you with my baby arm holding an apple.
There you go.
See, there you
Yeah.
go.
It's precious.
It is precious.
Oh my God.
Excellent.
No, they absolutely should. We should be able to put something on the ledger, and then they pay us back, because this is taking way too much time. After, didn't they watch the same trial we did? Sometimes,
Yeah, I would think.
yeah, I don't get why we are still stuck on this stupid verdict watch.
Mhm.
I don't want. I'm not on that one, so I can. And then this allow. Oh, now we're gonna make the ladies happy. And remember, if you want to play along, you have to be in my chat to join into the fun and play a little bit of what could this be? This could be. I can't even think. No, it can't be. A port
Everybody's.
project. Yeah, but that's a big problem. I have to, and I'm dyslexic, so it's really hard for me to do this. No. Bum, bum, bum.
What are you gonna have to eat today?
Oh, just some vegetables, and I made what's in Denmark's carbonara. That's some ground up pig meat, and you crust it and just fry it up like a yeah, like a burger thingy. I don't know. I need my I'm gonna go off now because my brain just shut down. This is a hard one. We need one more. Oh, can we die in the first level? That's not good. Thank you, Irish. You saved it.
All right. And I
I forgot to put music on. It
I know.
ruins everything. Should we be feeding the dogs today? No, maybe. What's this? Oh, that's not good. Nope.
That one's okay.
Yeah, let's keep it down low, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you later.
All right. Have fun,
Keep
everybody.
pushing all the buttons while you're thinking about us. We'll be back. Have fun.
Oh boy.
Jamie, get something to eat.
I'm gonna get something to drink.
Sorry, kids. Break's over. Now it's just
Just
back
you.
to good old you and me and a little bit of shizzy.
Oh yeah. I've been working on something while I was waiting. Give me just a second. Oh, I'm still listening.
Okay. I was just reading the newspapers because something should I do. And we talked about the difference between male and female if they do something wrong. And I found this one about a drunk dental receptionist who groped a schoolboy 13 years old and told him she wanted to ride him till morning before exposing herself and waking up remembering nothing after a white wine binge is spared jail. I'm not
Wow.
sure a guy would have gotten out without going to jail after that. Let me tell you what she did. She was staggering through a park when she accosted the child as she sat on a woodland bench talking with a friend about his forthcoming 14th birthday. She sat between the boys and began stroking the 13-year-old boy's genitalia over his clothing before offering him sex and saying she would ride you till morning. When he got up to leave, she pulled down her trousers and exposed herself before passing out in a drunken stupor. They took a video of her, and she was identified by leaving her bank card and phone on the bench. The boy was so traumatized, he tried to take his own life. And she pled guilty and was sentenced to 12 months in jail, suspended for 18 months. She was she has 120 days of a sobriety tag and alcohol abstinence monitoring program, and will have to complete 35 rehabilitation active days. And she has to be on the register for 10 years. And of course she has mental problems, and the judge sent her away with the words, let's get to that, because I'm not sure a guy would have gotten away with this. As it was a chance meeting, you were not aware of the vulnerability of your victim, but the consequences of what you did had been awful for the complainant and his family. He tried to end his own life, suffers of night terrors, and require counseling in an effort to overcome the impact of what you have done. She can't remember because she was drunk, and that's an aggravating feature. But she has many reasons for taking alcohol, and she must have regard to whether or not you present a risk of serious harm to members of the public by the commission of further specific offenses. In your case, the conclusion is that such a risk is low. I accept that there is a genuine and heartfelt remorse. On one hand, this is sexual assault on a young boy by someone who is 27 years of age, and it's plainly a serious matter. But on the other side, there's a strong personal mitigation as a result of a genuine remorse and a series of events that led you to your mental health difficulties. You now realize you must alter your ways. Shizzy, how many boys do you think would have gotten away with probation if
Shit.
he sat down next to a 13-year-old girl and started feeling her up?
At 27?
Yeah.
No. No. I imagine it'd be like that guy where he was in the airport, and I think he was being extradited back for doing something to some other guy's daughter, and he just walked up and deleted him with cops all around. I mean,
Yeah.
a real father would be like, just, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think you'd have to worry about the court system, because that would be taken care of probably pretty damn quick if there was an ability to. If not, like, he's gone away for good. I mean,
I
I
bet
would hope.
Fedorowski that no matter how drunk a man 27 years old would be who sat next to a 13-year-old girl and put his hand in her crotch, no amount of alcohol, funny tobacco, Colombian marching powder, Dutch MDMA, or whatever his excuse was, would keep him out of prison if he just wore a sobriety tag for 3 months.
That's and I mean there was the apartment that I stayed in out in California. There was a 16-year-old girl that I don't know why her parents would let her do this, but she would get all dressed up in a little mini skirt and she'd go out to, 21 and older clubs and never get carded ever.
No.
And just like it would, I mean, the first time I saw her, I was like, oh, she's pretty cute. Started talking with her and found out she was 16. I was like, yeah, no,
Yeah,
thank
see
you.
ya.
And I mean, I was 19 at the time, and I'm just like, yeah, and I have no desire for anything that's underage at all. But could you imagine you're in a club where it's 21 and older, and you find out that this girl that you've been hanging out with all night is 16? Jeez. Crazy. Yeah,
Well,
Arizona never got carded.
I
Yeah,
used to, and remember, we have a way different alcohol culture, and we can legally go into bars. Now, if you're serving alcohol at a club or something like that, where they have a license to stay open till 3 or 5 in the morning, I believe you have to make sure you're not serving to 18 or younger. But I could take my kid when they were 16 into a dive bar, and we could drink. I could buy them alcohol as long as they're with me. But I started going to nightclubs when I might have been 13 or 14. 14, I believe. I was at my first nightclub, and later in life, when I was old enough, I saw people I went to school with that I absolutely surely knew weren't 18
yeah.
and wasn't allowed to be there. And again, you pick her up, you go home, do something. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Well, and I think it's a little harsher on men than it is on women in that regards because men don't have to worry about the pregnancy.
No, but
You know, what I'm saying is, 13-year-old getting pregnant is much different than a 13-year-old getting a 27-year-old pregnant. And
yeah,
does that
but
make
again,
sense?
it's the thing I was really looking at when I saw this is we were talking earlier about how different it is from guys and girls doing stuff when we talked about the consent and stuff like that. No
Mhm.
man on earth in any Western society would have gotten away with a suspended sentence for walking up to uh,
13-year-old girl
In
and
Denmark,
whooping her?
the
No.
legal age of consent is 15 if the person you're doing it with is not above 18, I believe it is. Uh, so you can smix when you're that young, or if you're 14 and the other one is 14, 15, you don't get in trouble. But starting groping someone like that, you would never, ever get away with a suspended sentence. Never.
No. No. And they shouldn't.
And
They should. I mean, yeah, there's different standards for men as there are for women. Absolutely. But still, I just
I never, ever said that because I saw my teachers. And no, we probably don't say that, but it's funny that if it was a male teacher, it would be headline news and everything would be wrong. But The
When
funny
we
thing,
did,
people are really into to priests and saying they do a lot of stuff. There are more sexual assaults in the U.S. School public school system than there are in any church. But you don't talk about it because that's not a problem, and the union is way better than God to keeping people out of trouble.
Mhm. And it just depends on what country you're in. I mean, countries are different. Even states are different. I would always suggest if you're if you're a man, young man, you check that ID. If they don't have an ID, then it ain't worth it.
Yeah.
And if it's fake, well, you might be able to argue that in a court of law, but you're going to have to prove that. I mean, there's the hookup culture can be a real pain in the ass if you're not careful.
Yeah, and Nicholas, the verdict is we are still sitting here after 10-ish hours after they sat the new jury, which they sat after 18 hours. So it's a fun trial. It's 15, but you can be together with people up to till 18, I believe. But again, it's fluid. But you can't be an authority figure. You can't be a Girl Scout leader or a Boy Scout leader or a teacher, because that would be using your authority.
Yeah.
So, but again, it's kind of like Shizzy said, there are different ways that you look at it. If you don't like the person, you really hammer down on the authority. Or, it, Mass, we had our former foreign minister. He went to a party for the youth party and held a speech. And he stayed, which you should never, ever, ever do if you are in any kind of position of power. And that goes if there's a party at the workplace or anywhere, you leave. But he stayed, and he didn't sleep alone. He slept with a just turned 15-year-old girl.
Mm.
He was a teacher, which at that seminar, which meant he had a position of authority. She was just turned 15. He forced her to take a morning after pill, and he got into a little bit of trouble, and then he became our foreign minister because he was one of the good guys. Any other than the political class had been in prison for that, because he was mid 20s, early 30s when he did it.
Mm-mm. No,
So,
that's
yeah.
just wrong. Shoot, I had a pretty cool video I was going to show until you started talking about this. I was like, damn.
Yeah.
Once you talked about this, I was like, oh, I can't show this now because it'd be disturbing.
Nicholas, not that I don't love my audience and I don't love the nice people I'm hanging out with. I'm about to go to Massachusetts and have a word with not the jury and no one in court, just some random guy on the street, because I can't threaten a jury. That would probably be very illegal.
Yeah.
But
might get you
just go over there and find someone on the street saying, what the is wrong with this state? Yeah, and everyone should go follow Nicholas. He make great content. He's a Swede, but we don't hold it against him. He's a nice guy, or as nice as a Swede can be.
Man.
Don't. It's kind of like don't mention the war. Don't mention the verdict.
Yeah. Don't mention the verdict. The longer you ask for it, the longer it'll take to get here. Yeah. And Jamie's hanging with us throughout the whole thing.
Yeah.
But
Jamie
I
is the bestest.
I was working on a new intro during the lunch thing. You want to see it?
Yeah. I was catching up on some MasterChef. I love Gordon Ramsay.
Were you?
I love Gordon Ramsay.
Were you the one in the Lawn and Crim's chat that wrote about catching up on MasterChef?
Me?
Jamie
No.
is on the cover. You have another account.
No.
I saw someone talking about MasterChef.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
All right.
No, it was not. I was.
This is an intro I've been working on, so bear with it because it's not finished yet. So here we go.
I love a buttered biscuit. Oh, Brandon.
Hopefully she doesn't hear that. And
No, he did it perfectly. He cut it off. It was just like.
yeah. But still, she might.
No, that was the point, was to cut that little section down.
Oh boy, where is Shelly?
Oh.
She's gonna throw hands someday.
Yeah, she will.
She didn't understand.
She can get mad at me for that one.
Yeah, but she don't understand the YouTubes. Everything is forever.
Yeah. I had more
She
than
just
2 million.
she was just really happy to see Brandon in chat.
Yes, that's all.
So yeah, it's not. I didn't do it. I didn't play it. I didn't know what was in it.
He had no idea. Had no idea.
No, but I would cut down the bit where they're running and the bit with the lightning where nothing really happens. And why doesn't that? I was seeing the shark attack in the end where she runs at the beach and just see a shark attack. That would make it so much better.
Well, I have that.
Yeah, because that's all. It's always such a happy thing. I just thought it could be funny to see her run into the water, and the next thing you see is just.
Well, the music made me think she was going to stab a guy.
Yeah. I had no idea where it was going.
No, I was like, is she going to stab him? What's going on?
Like, what's going on? What's going to happen?
I remember when all the Instagram things were girls running around with their selfie sticks, so it looked like they were holding hands. Oh, I miss those days. They were better than the showing the chocolate starfish in every gym you can get near.
No. Dave, did you just miss the what Shizzy put out there? You need to rewind.
Oh, you want me to rewind it and play it for
rewind it
for MLS? All right. I'll show it. Give me a second.
It's really a hateful day today. I don't know
Right.
why people are
Are you ready for this MLS? You paying attention? Give me a thumbs up.
Eris says no.
Eris says no. Don't do it.
I don't know if Shelly likes it. It might be a problem. I don't know if she'll get mad at you.
I mean,
you think why would she get mad at me?
I think she might think the longer clip. I don't think she really liked that one.
Not the
Oh, I
long.
got rid of the longer one.
He
Yeah,
cut.
but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. She's not in chat. I'm
Uh-oh.
What happened?
All right, here we go.
I love a buttered biscuit. Oh, Brandon.
There you go. How was that? See no Baker. Yeah, that was the point, Mass. have a serious movie trailer vibe. Mm-hmm.
You scared Jamie away.
That that alert thing went off, and then it effed up my phone.
What?
Oh,
the alarm?
yeah.
The emergency alert thing that was going off for everybody.
Yeah, that was this is the test of the National Wireless Emergency Alert System. Purpose is to maintain and improve alert warning capabilities at the federal, state, local, tribal, and territorial levels, and to evaluate the nation's public alert and warning capabilities. No action is required by the public.
Yeah.
We had that. We normally get the air raid sirens going once a year to test them, and we got that annoying text last year, and it didn't work for everyone. So there was a lot of people writing on Facebook, "I didn't get it." Well, you're lucky because it was just annoying.
Yeah, be glad you didn't get it.
Yeah, it shows
See-
you're under the guys. The police didn't find you.
Yeah.
Well, my boss is like, it's gonna go off any minute now, and that scared the crap out of me.
Yeah, but it's just an alarm. It's okay, boys and girls. Nothing happened. You're in good hands with us. And just for the new people, I have to go to StreamYard. We are 44 people, and maybe not all of you have been here to this exciting day. We are now about 10 hours into deliberation after the jury was set again, after two jurors was excused. We don't know why. There was a note delivered to the judge. He looked kind of like someone had peed in his cornflake that morning after he talked about it. He had a one-on-one with all the jurors. Two jurors was excused, an alternate was excused, and the jury were instructed that they had to go back into the room and pretend that they didn't already discuss this case for 18 hours before that. So they have now been doing that for 10 hours. I, for the life of me, still can't see why we are still discussing this. At some point, they just have to find, and I don't care, but they have to end this show. I'm so annoyed with the time we're spending on this trial because I can't see why they still can be arguing a trial that was so clearly not above reasonable doubt.
No.
Right.
And even on Lawn and Crim, where they normally are bloodthirsty, they are saying, well, did they meet the burden? And I don't think they met the burden.
Mm.
No, I didn't see any evidence presented in my eyes that would make me send her to jail for the rest of her life.
No, I couldn't find any of that either. It was just something not quite right about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So annoying.
Oh yeah. Well, didn't you Americans lose a plane a short while ago? It happens.
We always lose planes.
Yeah.
It's nothing abnormal.
I saw, just to completely turn it around and talk about something that absolutely has nothing to do what else we have been discussing for these 26, 28, 29 hours we've been sitting here. I saw you might get a new politician in California to take the
Oh,
seat of
yeah.
Feinstein.
McCarthy.
No,
The Speaker of the House
Feinstein.
got booted.
Yeah, he got yeeted yesterday, but Meghan Markle should be interested in running for the Feinstein spot in California. So you can have royalty back in your chambers.
Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of really weird stuff coming up.
Yeah.
So crazy. So damn crazy. I don't know about I guess they're gonna probably try to get somebody new in for McCarthy. The U.S. government loose plans all the time. The only reason you heard about last one, it happened over the U.S. soil. Yeah, that's sort of my thought on it too. I mean, outside of that, you probably never would have heard anything about it.
No, but I just saw that that Megan chick was being touted as a possible California. I don't know if it's a senator or whatever it's called, representative. And I thought, yeah, she's left leaning as all. Yeah, but she hasn't really been doing much other than cry about them not getting any views on her Netflix thing. And internet fame you can't compare that to real life fame. And I don't know, even in California, would people jump on something like that and run her to be a politician?
I don't know.
I don't know.
To me, it just seemed weird that
Actually, because I don't.
no, and McCarthy is just out of the seat as the Speaker of the House. He still has his seat.
Yeah.
So he's not out. So you don't need, but you need to fill the seat of the Speaker. And I saw, what's the blonde lady who talks kind of like she's really angry all the time?
Nancy
The
Grace?
Republican. No, not the Republican. Oh, the one who took the video of the fire alarm. Not Bobert, the other one. Why can't I remember her name? She's always so angry. She's one of those Freedom Caucus. She nominated Donald Trump for Speaker of the House. Marjorie Taylor Greene, yeah, that one. It could be fun to have Trump as Speaker of the House, but I don't think he's one of the gonna sit there for a long time. Probably not to his liking. But it could be with the way politics are going. Yeah, everything can happen.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's a good placeholder for someone in California. Isn't she a color? I don't know what the correct term is, but she's a lesbian. What's the word we use for people who has more melanin than I do? Do we call them black or do we call them? I don't know. I don't know the PC terms, but I think that that's the only qualification he needed for for those he chose between. It was a different sexuality and hopefully a minority, and that's always a good choice. That's you got a VP on those terms. She's an idiot, Marjorie Taylor Greene. I've only seen her when she hits the front lines, but she always seems so angry, and I don't like angry politicians. But it's the same with Boebert. She always look angry too. But then I saw her time at the theater, and then I immediately thought she had some really good points, 2 good major points in policy. Yeah, and she has those like Sarah Palin, those angry mom glasses.
Apparently, you can get my coworker is leaving early today to get her dog baptized.
Come again?
Why is that so funny to me? My
Come
coworker
again?
We'll see you guys later. I'm gonna go. She's getting her dog baptized today.
Well, if you want to make sure your dog goes to heaven, you have to have it baptized.
Is that a thing? Oh my god.
No, but it's 2023.
Oh my god.
We
I
just
love
talked
that.
about a person being elected only because of her sexuality and the color of her skin. Of course, you can have your dog baptized. Why not? If you don't have a personality, you can have some crazy thing. The next thing is she's going to tell you that dog is vegetarian.
I love her so much. She does all this crazy crap all the time. But I didn't.
Yeah, melanin challenge. That's me.
Ooh,
So,
that's me.
yeah, this is the this is the real question we have to ask.
She is a single woman she likes dogs, and hey, sure.
Yeah.
Don't
sure she
clip that,
does.
Farrell, and put that in any other context.
Wouldn't that be funny if it was like a dog church? I have to ask her tomorrow. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
that's I love all those. Look, my dog is a vegetarian. It doesn't need the meat, and then because it's kind of like nature. This is a banger. When I was a soldier, it's a song about a man who had been out performing at a fair, and a guy came up to him and asked, "Can you tell me, will my dog join me in heaven when it dies?" And it's really easy to sing along, especially when you're really drunk. So we sang it all the time when I was deployed. Not that we, of course, never drank, but yeah. Hey, MJ, welcome. You up early? That must be around 4 or 5 your time. And look who's here. Ozzy's waking up. Pixie is here. Hey, Pixie.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone go give Melissa Jane a little subscription. Den er sød og fin og har alligevel hvad. Hvis man må du spille mand, så bliver jeg glad. For ham var sagen jo så vigtig. Han fortjente at få et ærligt svar. Men hvem kan svare helt oprigtigt, om hunde der dør får plads hos himmelens far? Yeah. Oh, it's a great one. 5:31. I was almost correct.
Wow.
Yeah, because they have daylight savings time now. It's summer in the made-up country.
Yeah.
Asia stand. No, back to being professionals. There haven't been a jury questions since Thursday, right before or after lunch. I can't remember. I believe it was right after lunch. Those questions were: can we have a map over Western Massachusetts? And can we see the demonstrative that showed the route Cara told police? She had two interviews, one at around midnight and day of the murder, the other one, I believe, around 10 in the morning, the day after the murder, both of them without lawyers present. Dave, should you talk to the police without a lawyer? And the judge said, nope, you can't have any other evidence than what you have been presented, and demonstratives are not evidence. And we haven't heard anything from then on till Friday at around 4 o'clock Eastern time, where the judge said, I was handed a note, we'll deal with this on Monday.
Yeah, well, I thought
That's
that was 4 weeks
all we
ago.
know. Yeah, and that's all we know. That's everything we have heard from the jury room. So yeah.
Well, Melissa, you won't be the only one wanting to use that job.
Some crickets.
Oh, did you have sound? I was like, I thought it was my crickets outside. Like, they get louder.
Oh. Yeah, any maps they want in the jury room must be nailed to the wall.
Yes.
Zombies, yeah. A little zombie uprising could be more interesting than this. Jamie is in and out all day. So yeah. Isn't the ammo crazy expensive?
Yeah. I mean, but zombies, they tend to, it doesn't take much to put a zombie down.
No, you need a headshot. Have you tried to do a headshot on a moving target?
With a baseball bat? Yeah.
Yeah, but talking about target practicing.
Yes.
You should talk to everyone about everything ever, and also tell lies to everyone so they don't know which way you're coming from. Yeah. And absolutely not legal advice. Your phone is really acting up today.
Every time I get a phone call now, it just messes up the sound.
Gym at 5:30, that's early. I can't do that. Because normally at 5:30 I'm hanging out at MG's channel or something. Yeah, Rosie's she's just gonna yell the zombies to death. She won't need a gun or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She'll handle it.
Yeah, me too. I've been telling everyone it's only 12 inches.
Shorty.
Yeah. But how can you... That's the same with the Mark Wahlberg thing. I get up at 3 a.m. and work out. Why? Yeah, then I go to bed at Salbert time. Why? I used to be a baker. I hate getting up in the morning. I like getting up at
like little lists that they posted about what he does, like
yeah, and then he goes and prays and meditates, and
yeah.
you can do all that stuff in normal hours. Why do you want to? Yeah, but then I get a good workout, and yeah, but your body isn't rested.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of like our body is set to this big yellow light that's outside, and it really likes that yellow light because it helps our brain. So that's why bakers are crazy, because we go to work at 1 or 2 in the morning, so we never see that light. So,
So
I don't.
we'll have to stop calling them pastry chefs and start calling them pasty chefs.
Yeah, pasty chef. Yeah, that's the thing. But no, that's I never understood. And people tell me I work out early because I go like around 9:30. How can you do it before 9? Why don't you do it in the afternoon? Because you have energy in the morning.
Yeah, I mean
Well, I'm too old for that happening too often. Are you doing classes so early? I think yeah, you might be able to get on a spinning class in my gym at around 6:30. So yeah.
yeah, it's see my getting up in the morning is not my normal schedule. My body got so used to when I was touring that and it's taken close to 15 years just to get my body back into out of that kind of schedule. Because I would be up until 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in the morning, somewhere around in there, and then sleep most of the day and get up, about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, somewhere around in there. And then, so I get morning sunlight, but not so much full on during the
No.
day.
And it hurts your body. Your brain really needs it. It's kind of like we're built to be on a planet with that amount of light.
Yeah.
No verdict yet. No nothing. No movement. No questions. No anything. We don't know anything other than they have been going. It must be close to 11 hours now. I'm
Yeah.
about ready to take off my hoops and throw down my wig and go to town.
Hanging
But
out
I have to.
really messed up my sleep schedule.
Sorry.
I said hanging out with all you guys is really like throw me for a loop. I'm usually not a late night person. I'm more of a morning person, and I go to bed at like 10:30. Now it's like I'm up till like midnight sometimes. I'm like, oh, I'm so dead in the morning.
I don't get it because I let you go around 5 o'clock. So you must be cheating with some other guys.
Yeah, but there's other people around.
Mm-hmm. I got it. I understand. I thought I was your main squeeze, baby.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Apparently not.
when you go to sleep.
Yeah, when the
You
cat's
play
out, the
stuff.
mouse play.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I got it. That's all right,
Yeah.
Jamie.
Think about us
I
watching
know.
America.
I can't even imagine because all the you guys and the Australians that we've met, like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
you just to like hang out with us and you have to like never sleep,
It seems like they don't ever sleep.
Well,
right?
Of course,
sometimes
Australia
when
really isn't real anyway. So
I wake up and go to the toilet and check to see if there's anything on, I always see Fedorowski. I wholeheartedly believe he's a vampire. He never sleeps.
It's true. I do see him everywhere.
Yeah. He I haven't seen him at LC, but when I go to bed, he's somewhere, and when I wake up in the middle of the night, he's at MG or David or somewhere, expert somewhere, and then when I come back from the gym and is about to start up, he's there. Maybe he's a vampire. Oh, you hang out with Irish, Iris and Iris.
Yeah, and then
Hmm.
all the fun's going on when I'm sleeping. I wake up and everybody. And it has been funny though when I always get like the. It hasn't been fun since that one morning I got up and got an LC. It's just I haven't seen anything since, but he was
No.
going this morning and I don't know what was going on this morning. So
I think I know what was going on. There was a bunch of drama or some crap like that, and somebody was blasting him out. You know,
Oh yeah, today, yeah, there was some.
I
There
seen
was some.
Baker and Irish in the chat though. I didn't say anything because I didn't want to. I was trying to get ready.
There was
Mm.
some people he had been helping and talking about helping, and they broke some rules and stuff like that. So he put them on blast, and then they got angry with him, and he just sits there, put his mic up, and replays their stream, and
Yeah, that's
says,
what it was. He was on screen and he was playing somebody talking and he was commenting on it. That's what I seen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, well, now I got to ask everybody what happened.
Yeah.
Hey,
That was
talking trash and truth.
hey T3. Yeah, I was curious what exactly had happened. I was like, I don't know.
And then I seen Irish in the chat and she was like, good morning or something. And then Baker's like, hey. And I was like, what are those little guys doing?
Well, I just got home from IKEA and was assembling my chair, so I needed some. No, but it was just he had some kind of arrangement with a lady, and she broke that arrangement, and then she started going into how she thought that what he meant was something when he not what he said, and he was just stupid. You're stupid. You're stupid because she kept saying that all the things they had agreed upon. Uh, it was nothing like what they had anything to do. It was something about him helping her to get 1,000, and he said there was some rules to help out with that, and she broke those rules. And when he found out, she started saying, "Well, I just misunderstood the rules. I thought it was I couldn't do it at this and this day and stuff like that." So clearly that uh, she absolutely knew she was doing wrong. And I have to is anyone Canadian in chat, because she said she had a hundred hundred was it $100 a day
oh,
to
internet,
yeah
something
live
like
streaming.
that.
Yeah, $100 a day. Is she paying for the satellite? Is it a
Yeah.
personal satellite? It just seems like a good
That's
excuse for not doing what you agreed upon.
Well, that did seem really weird because it was like she was basically begging for money,
Yeah,
like, you know, super chat or her cat. Oh, what it was is she had up a cash app, and he was like, yeah, don't you do the cash app. Um, you know,
yeah,
that was part of, I think, one of the rules that he had. And then she came back and was like, oh, I have to make at least $100 a day for internet. And he was like, yeah, that's not right. It's not
yeah. And
right.
if he lent her all of his logins for StreamYard, and then prove him right, she says on her stream that it's too expensive to stream. I
No,
don't
it
know
is.
because
It is.
I
It
put,
is. It is free to stream. You just have to have, I think it's like maybe 10 subs or some crap like that to stream, because you can stream right from YouTube.
mm-hmm.
yeah. You and you don't need StreamYard and
You
StreamYard
just
isn't
can't.
cheap past the first few hours. Well, I pay $25 a month for StreamYard.
Yeah,
Uh,
I don't know what mine is. I think it's like 20 or something. I
If you
just,
pay for a year, it's 20 a month
yeah,
or
that's what I
something.
did. I just paid it
Yeah,
up for a year and was just like, you know,
yeah,
see how it goes. I mean, I thought about upgrading it so I could just have a green room back there. But
oh
I
yeah,
was
he
like,
has that one. Yeah, that's right.
yeah,
He has the
yeah,
green room. Yeah, I like it, and when people put him on blast, he blasts right back, and that's a great way to because there's a lot of smack talkers out there, because he helps a lot of people, and some of the people he helps, well, they probably figure out, well, we can do way better, because you see your numbers go up and you think, well, I don't need him. I did this on my own, and that's the big problem if you want to have rapid growth the people who comes along might not be people who stays with you. But if you get too big and think, "Well, I don't need that person," and then you think, "Well, I can drama grift about a bit from him because I could go out and attack Nicholas or Dave or something, the people who's just above me and who have helped me and say, oh, they said so and they promised me that and that, and I can drama grift for a bit, but again, when
Then you just
the
get the drama watch.
yeah, and when the drama is gone, you need new drama. So yeah.
Mhm.
He seems so fair and honest, and he seems like a genuine person who really wants to help people out.
Yeah.
And he's not for everyone. I'm not saying his streams are for everyone because they are quite chaotic, and
They're
I've been
fun.
on I've been on a few times, and I just sit there and smile because I think it's fun. I like it
is.
because it's controlled chaos. He knows exactly what's going on, but he
Mhm.
gives you an opportunity to show what you got, and
Pays
that takes a
attention
lot of guts.
too.
That's sorry.
So he pays attention to the chat too.
Mhm.
Surprisingly, with all the people in there.
Yeah. Yeah, he said something about she wasn't allowed to do panels. And I think it's like this, where you have a panel yakkering about something. So yeah. You can get the free version of StreamYard, and you can get, is it 20 hours, I believe, a month you can
Yeah.
stream. But then you have the watermark up here that says StreamYard, and you can't. Can you? Because I have 50 hours of streaming, and I just delete old streams, and then I go back to 0. I don't know if you can do that on the free version as well.
Fun too.
Well, and with the free version of it, you can always do StreamYards and then do Streamlabs. If you want to, and I think both of those will allow you to put guests on.
I think you have 3 on the free version of no, 5 on the free version of Streamlabs.
Okay. I know StreamYard. I don't think you can have very many. It might be 5 there also. You you have 16 stalkers. See, I don't understand.
16? Good for you. Jesus.
Melissa, this is exactly what so many people who get a little bit of success on YouTube forgets.
Yep.
You always believe you're the bestest ever, and the people who raised you up, they just don't get how popular you are. And when they go away and you're sitting here all alone, and you're trying to do the stuff, and you didn't really build your audience because someone else helped you along, hold your hand, gave you all the free stuff so you could stream, then
Right.
then it's a lonely world. And some people find out the hard way that it's kind of tough being on YouTube if you think you're a goddess or god, and you really don't have anything people want to see. And that's why I'm happy for each and every one of you showing up, and for the subscribers I have. But that's also why I don't grift. I don't sit here like some of the entitled ones and say, I can't understand. I pay $25 for StreamYard. I pay I
Then
don't know,
don't.
50 bucks for my internet. I pay for the electricity. You should pay me. No,
No,
if
then
you
don't.
I hope you will be
Here's
here. I
a
hope
simple thing. If that is too much, then don't pay for it.
yeah, don't stream
You,
because
you
it's not going to pay you for it.
yeah, it does not cost anything
Yeah.
to stream, except your internet and whatnot. But if you wanted to have guests on like this, then you've got to add a little bit onto it. It's all about as streams are wild but entertaining as can be. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, there's it's like I don't forget where I came from on this. My own personal experiences, I don't forget where I came from and the people that helped me get where I am. But there's also some of those same people you have to be careful of because they can cause problems.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
And
especially when you we know how much we use on the background, and
Right.
you gave me technical support for like 20 minutes earlier today just to try and set up an equalizer. And we
Right.
could probably have spent an hour on it. Wilhelm sat here yesterday and talked about audio and microphones and stuff like that. And there's so much you need to learn. Even though I've been doing this for a year, I know nothing about audio and video quality, as everyone clearly can see. But I can do the basic stuff, and um, you should learn from your colleagues. And what you don't see when we finish this, we most nights we sit and talk for an hour about every little thing, spitballing ideas, what we would like to do and stuff like that. And people who just think, well, I know best. Well, good luck to you, and I hope your endeavors is a success. But
Mhm.
I know I'm just a stupid monkey that needs a little bit of help here and there. I throw a bone out and say, well, I've been thinking about this and I've been thinking about that, and helpful people say, well, I think that's a good idea. And people like Shissy and Jamie and the expert and Dave, and we have all these talks where what we're thinking about and how we thought of, and we can talk about like the intro where I said maybe do parts of it shorter and stuff like that. You really have to remember that you can also get a lot of help if you're willing to open up. And but too many people, the moment they get a whiff of success, they believe they are the king. So yeah.
Yeah, and I think Iris said it pretty well there. Get rid of the toxic, envious people that allows you to grow. Hurts but needs to move forward with your positivity in life. Absolutely. Um
Mhm.
and I mean that's that's the that's the that's the hardest part about it is, you know, and Shelly's hitting it right on at the end of every stream. Do I wonder if I should keep going? But I do. I keep with the hope. Uh, I get to help somebody even with just a laugh. Absolutely. You know,
Yeah,
and it's different things that drive us and push us forward. Um, you know, one of the things that I've admired most about hanging with, I mean, geez, how long did we talk the other day, Jamie? And we looked up and we were just like, oh crap. We got
It felt
things
like
to do
3 hours. I swear.
after a stream. And it's stuff that you don't really want to be talking about on a stream because although we find it interesting, I don't think anybody else would, you know, because not like that, Baker.
what did
Baker,
I again? Have I
not
said something
oh,
I didn't mean to say? Irish, you've been at work all day, and I can feel you have a lot of pent up energy that you need to get out. It's been a hateful stream today, a lot of Baker hate. So just pile it on.
well, and because of our talk yesterday, you know, between Baker and I and with Veilhammer,
Yeah.
yeah, we ended up, you know, discussing getting Baker's EQ set up. He asked me where the link was. Had we not had that discussion, we just been like, see you later, bye. Um, you know, one of the other things we discussed, like the words on stream, that was something that we talked about. He was like, where can I find that? You know, these are the kind of conversations that we have. Like, you know, I'd like to use that. Absolutely. Here's where it is. You know, you have to
Yeah.
have that with other people, you know, and I would do the same for anybody else that was, you know, doing a stream and was like, I'm not, you know, I don't know where to find this one thing, or I want to get something like that, you know. You can always point them in the right direction, you know,
Yeah,
and it's not that I
this
know any more than that because, you know, Baker and I have done this before where it's just like, oh, how do you get this and how do you make this happen? And he'll come in
yeah,
and show me like this
kind
tool right
kind
here.
kind of like this tool that's just a stupid add-on that I found someday. It doesn't look like a peen too much. Um, and 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 then people can ask you, and that's what I like. It's helping each other, and instead of seeing everyone as competition and trying to backstab the moment you get a little bit of success or you think you're going to be the next big thing. You really have to think about because a lot of what we're doing is also not team building, but
Community building.
yeah, because we go on MGs and we go on cells and we go on LC's channel and stuff like that, and because next time you are on, I don't know, Dave's channel, and he asks, "Oh, do you know anyone who knows anything about that?" You can say, "Well, I met this cool guy Wilhammer at some point." That's why I also like to, if we kind of know people, say, "Well, you can come on and help us fill some time if you're interested." Yesterday was great. He had that movie with or that clip with the extra sound, and that's what I like to do. Pull someone in, like I did with you. Said, "Well, let's give it a shot. We have met before. We know you're not gonna uh, prawn bomb
Burn
me or
down your
something like that,
right.
and give you a shot." And we'll hammer yesterday, and we have the expert on, and we have Dave on, and stuff like that. So new people can see the cool guys we know.
Yeah.
Because I'm not a cool guy, but I know a lot of cool people.
Same.
Yeah.
God blessed Baker haters.
And I might not have a channel, but like this is just a super fun hobby for me, and I kind of feel the same. Like I like I like talking about trials and making people aware of these issues in our justice system. I like talking about it. I like talking about it with cool people, and I like having a community of people that are just so much fun. And
Very cool.
you see the people in here that say like we make their day and they're happy to just hang out with us and talk about ridiculous things all day long. And it's such a blast.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
T3
we
is
were
so
those
right on
people a year ago. A year
Yeah.
ago, we were sitting and watching another streamer doing the same stuff, and I really like that so many people shows up. 59 people are here right now when nothing is really happening, and they sit here with all of our nonsense. Yesterday we chat really misunderstood us talking about doorknobs. Some of us are just doorknob enthusiasts. They made it sexual. I'm really sorry. You should really think about maybe think about your life choices if you think doorknobs are sexual. But
Here's what I was impressed with. Y'all did like a whole stream, a whole like 8 hours of just like puns the whole time. As you were looking at baking items.
I mean,
and doorknobs.
For a hobby, I work with wood.
I was impressed.
Yeah, you know all about how to keep it in good shape.
Yeah. I mean, I can tell you some of the better stuff to lubricate it with to you know, if you're going to make a nice slot, how to get that wood just cut right in the right spot, because you have to, consider the depth that you're going to go, the width that you need.
Yeah.
Nothing sexual about that.
Mass, don't even.
Yes, I love my wood.
It was not just me. They knew what they were doing.
Yeah, and Irish, I totally agree. He lets you have an opportunity, and if he sees a bit of talent in you, he will help you. And yeah, what people don't understand is he might come off as someone who's just sitting there drinking his beer and smoking his cigarettes, but he notices everything. He follows along in chat. He follows along on the things that happens on screen, and you need a little bit of ADHD to run the setup I have, and my setup is not that big. But having an eye on chat, having an eye on the case, and follow along in what Shizzy says and Jamie says, and but he knows everything and he remembers everything. That's the impressive part.
And put this into context. Baker had never. I don't think you were ever on LC at the point that I went on there and he was just like, yeah, I've been watching you and Baker streaming.
Yeah.
Like, whoa.
Mhm.
So, he's watching, but just
Yeah.
doing his thing,
Yeah, and I think he goes around and as I think I described him sometime as a great scout, kind of like a baseball team. You need the guy who can hear how a home run sounds. You don't need a guy who shows up in the white shirt and the tie and has all the right degrees. You need someone who's really talented and you can see it in him. You can really see, and that's why again YouTube has that take down your competition mentality. Yeah,
Mhm.
and people who gets a boost and think, well, I'm going to reach this guy. We have seen it in the law community as well.
Yep.
It doesn't always work, and again, it's a hard grind to be doing this. This isn't, to me, this case stopped being fun last Thursday.
Yes.
Because I have to sit here and talk for. Now the new jury has been together for 12 and a half hours, but luckily I have great co-host and I have an amazing chat because you're very active, and that means I have something to do and something to think about. Of course, sometimes I just look and see if there's anything interesting going on I might be able to talk about, but
But sometimes there's just nothing interesting going on.
well, I try to pull up some newspapers and stuff like that, but that's the hard part of being a YouTuber. Is that people don't like dead air, and some channels are just kind of like react channels. They're just, yeah, okay.
Mhm.
And we try to talk about the cases. I like that, and as Rosman said, yeah, we all really want a verdict, but we have been. I don't like to talk about numbers. We have been doing really great all the way through days. It's been amazing, and so as Jamie said yesterday, the second I turn off this trial and said, I'm going to sleep for a week now, don't call me, Jamie, I don't want to talk to you. 5 minutes later, I'm texting her saying, oh, did you see down in Florida, this guy was smexing up an alligator? Let's look at that.
Well, I did it to you. We were just like, oh, let's go on break. And then I was like, did you see the Mountain Dew guy? You're like, yeah, I was looking at that one. I was like,
yeah,
what's up with this?
Yeah, exactly. He's one of those old and kind of like at Sun Records where he could spot talent. Was it Sam Phillips who ran that back in the day? Who found Elvis? Who found Jerry Lee Lewis? Who found Johnny Cash? He knew talent when he saw it.
Hey, Lefty, how are you? How was your meeting?
I'm gonna be off camera for a little
Be
bit.
nice to Brandon. Brandon is a nice guy.
You gotta take off, Shizzy?
No, I'm just dropping my camera. I have a couple of things to do, and if I'm looking up there, it'll look like I'm looking in a weird place. So I got a couple of work things I got to take care of real quick.
Yeah.
No, you're fine.
Yeah. If everyone think you don't put effort into it, it's because you're really good.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Well, I mean, my
Hey, Donna.
time really on that stream was very memorable, so it works out
Yeah.
for me. I can still remember a guy ripped off his shirt and started swinging a sword around. I mean, just having some coffee, like, oh wow, good
Yeah.
morning.
Yeah. I'll be flying to Massachusetts. So have you been practicing into something, training? Well, you have to keep your girlish figure.
Oh, he told us he had to go to work for something.
Oh.
Oh, hi, Shelly. You're T3. Shizzy's talked about you before, right? That's T3.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that is T3. That is Shelly, your mouthy mama. She does know how to use her mouth.
if you want to go see someone play World of Warcraft and dying a lot, go follow Lefty on YouTube. He's also a guy who he's really fun to be around because he has the same kind of humor as me. He has a tendency to like light beer and cheesecake, which I don't approve of, but despite those massive flaws, I like him.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah.
His chats are fun. His streams are fun.
Shelly is a doll baby.
Well.
Yeah. Enjoy it. That's all the love you're gonna get from me. I'll be back in your chat tomorrow telling you how bad you are at playing video games. No. There's a lot of good people on YouTube, and we're lucky we meet a lot of them. And that's why I like hanging out here, because things get so stupid in the real world sometimes. And I really hope I could
A really good group of people.
Yeah.
Always try to surround yourself around a good group of people.
Yeah.
Deliberations has been going on for 12 and a half hours. The original 12 jurors deliberated for 16.5 hours. Oh, so I was lying. 29 hours so far.
We're just
What is the holdup?
I really, really don't get it.
just come back hung. Let's be done.
And don't make me come in there and give you a punch.
Yeah, I really, again, back to the real stuff. I really don't get, after watching this trial, how someone could still believe, how they can still be sitting there and thinking, well, this must be a hard case to figure out. I really don't get it, because there's so much reasonable doubt in this case, because we didn't see that Brandon couldn't have done it, and and people say, yeah, well, they don't have to prove he didn't do it, they just have to. But again, the evidence they had, the cleaning of the basement they talk so much about, no, it didn't look like a blood being cleaned, because the rest of the basement was filled with blood. So it just makes sense. But I found a little funny video I thought we could watch. I don't know if anyone has seen this. Schaefer has shared this on Twitter today. This might be some of the stupidest people.
This is quite possibly the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. You are reporting that someone stole the drugs that you were trying to sell them.
Sir, I'm broke. I'm just trying to make a little bit.
At what point does this make any sense? At what point?
Doesn't.
At what point do you think telling the cops that someone stole?
I'm being honest. He's not being honest. Where's what he?
Are there drugs in this car?
No,
there isn't.
There no drugs in my car.
There
She's
isn't.
carrying.
There
She's
isn't.
carrying.
469. This is the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my life.
469.
Oh Lord. Where are you at?
Oh my God.
I love that.
Going back towards that scene.
Oh Jesus. I need you to come over here. Stay right there, ladies. Sorry, so let me move my car for you. I'm just gonna move my car so we can get out. It's quite possibly the dumbest night of my entire life. I've never seen dumber shit.
I love it.
Iris,
Yeah. Call the police to report your drugs stolen. What's wrong with that?
I know. I feel
There
like
are people that are that stupid.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, it must be about breakfast time, your place. So go and have your oatmeals.
I can't believe it.
Iris is really She's attacking people today. I like it, especially when it's Lefty.
Lefties. Awesome.
Yeah, everyone has been sharing that on Twitter today. I love the one laughing. That's oh, the turtle tat. Yeah, I think it might be from Cops or something like that. That's why they have a film crew there.
Yeah. Is that
Did I
show?
watch the video you tagged me? Did you tag me on Twitter?
Well, and that's also the other thing. Whenever Cops films that, they have to get letters that you sign that allows them to show your face.
Mm-hmm.
They have to get release letters, which that means that not only did she call and do something that stupid, but she also signed the release letter to allow them to air something so stupid.
Her face, yeah. I don't know, man. People are ridiculous. Yeah, because I used to watch that show live, PD, all the time, because there were so many crazy people on that show.
They wanted to put me on Cops one time. I was speeding at 3:00 in the morning. I was like, no. Oh, but she'll be on Real Stories of the Highway Patrol or something like that. I was like, no. It's 3:00 in the morning. I'm on my way home and my speedometer wasn't working. So piss off.
Oh, shizzy. No, David, there's nothing going on. Do you want to come on? I feel like you're bored.
Yeah. That's Donna,
He's supposed to be working and being non-existent to us, and then he always shows up and makes me laugh.
Let's see what Donna T have sent me.
That just sounds so wrong. Come on, get a load of this. Just keep hitting
Oh my God.
Right between the legs, too.
Yeah.
There's a few things going on here. The fact that they're actually passing the ball. The one cat has something around his neck. The poor cat gets spiked by the big orange ball.
And then the nut shot. That's just that. But they give him a nut shot afterwards. Thank you, Donna.
Oh, poor kitty.
I love Kikis.
Yeah, they're fun cats sometimes. It's yeah. That's another good thing about the internet. You can always find some kind of entertainments.
Oh, well, yeah, because if I had a channel, we'd be watching like stupid dog videos and people falling all day long. I love a good I am a sucker for like people falling on ice and stuff. It's like my favorite thing to watch.
That's why you laugh.
You like the pain of others. That's not nice.
A little bit, especially when they have stuff in their hands, like if they're carrying in groceries. Or there was one I seen where people were trying to take like crock pots out to their car and there's ice and just...
Oh my.
Like,
Annalise, as we talked about earlier, there haven't been anything from the jury since Thursday around midday, before and after lunch, where they asked for the map of Western Massachusetts and the demonstrative of the two routes she described she wrote on the day of the murder. Both were denied because they were not in evidence. And then there was the note Friday afternoon. Since then, we haven't heard anything other than they threw out the two jurors and put in two new. And they've been going for close to 11 hours now since the new jury was put in, and the old jury did it in 18 and a half hours. So we are now past the 27 hours it took them to find her guilty in the third trial.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is your brain on drugs. Mm-hmm.
There we go. I'll drop something for you in private chat. I would just do it with the sound off, just in case there's music. I haven't viewed it yet, so just in case there's music, I'd keep it off, just the sound.
Crispy bacon. Lefty, why would you do that?
It would be, listen, I'm a klutz. So
Awesome. Cupcakes.
just like Old Line said, I have no shame in laughing at people falling, and I fall a lot too, so I don't feel bad.
Well, MLS, yeah, we would kind of talk about that too, because if it's a quick verdict, normally you say it's because it's a clear case for the state. But I feel when you go past 8 or 12 hours, you get into some murky territory where you really don't get. And if we talked, I believe we talked about it when you was on yesterday with the instruction that was given to the jury about them not being able to look into prior cases and stuff like that, and can't be looking at the sentencing stuff. I had when I thought about it yesterday when I went to bed, I thought about to me it seemed like they were close. They were fighting about which of the 4 murder types she was guilty of. Most of the jury, and then maybe some holdouts. That's the feeling I got when I thought about how this can be taking so long. But I don't know. It's hard to tell. Yeah. Well, a hung jury can be good because hopefully she then will be let off and said, "Well, we're not going to do it the 5th time," or they could say, "Let's go another round." That's the big problem.
I think without the paint expert for what they put out there this trial, I don't think they'd go for a 5th one if that was the case. Because I mean, yeah.
Yeah, they might be doing their due diligence, or they are just fighting. Because as I said yesterday, the 10 remaining jurors are like split 5 guilty, 3 not guilty, 2 undecided, and they will take that fight right back into the room, and they have been fighting already. So I don't like to guess. I speculate a lot, but I don't like to guess where this is going to end up, because it could be
Could come back
as we say in Denmark, it can be bird or fish.
We could be totally shocked by what they come back with.
We have seen it before, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, everyone go join and become a member over at Dave's channel. Then you can come into Discord. If you think this channel is going off the rails, join his Discord. It's a fun place.
It is.
Yeah,
very organized. It's very spicy, but it's fun. It's like the after hours like party. And there's a lot of case stuff in there if you like trial stuff.
Oh, that was the one. In...
Awesome, T3. That's great. I heard that on your stream the other day that she was off all meds, and now the herbal also. We'll see what happens. I mean,
yeah, Squad Bob. That's the problem. We can make up all the scenarios because we have a lot of time to think about a lot of things. So yeah. Yeah, that should be the main fight, because I really can't see how you can land on guilty. But when they talked about yesterday, when they talked about the sentencing stuff, to me it just sounded like they were getting close to some kind of murder. But
yeah.
I can be totally wrong.
Mm-hmm.
That someone was telling them, well, let's just give her a involuntary manslaughter. It carries a maximum sentence of 20 years, and she'll probably get some time off. But I don't know. Hey, Murphy.
Hey Murph, how are you?
Yeah. Well, it sounds good that
Yeah, it's
getting
really
clean
awesome.
off and feeling great. Sometimes you need to get away from some stuff and it clears up your head.
Mhm.
Well, if the verdict is thrown out, uh, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, but if a verdict is thrown out, I heard the judge in the
Well, you
in the
only
Trump.
appeal if you're convicted.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it'd be
If the verdict is thrown out, you're not convicted. It's bye bye. You're home free. But or the ruling of the jury is overturned in some way, as far as I understand it, because the judge in the Trump case was talking about if the jury got it wrong, he could just throw it out. And I'm not sure if
oh,
you can do that.
is that what they mean? Like,
Yeah, I don't know.
oh,
Because I'm not a lawyer.
can't the judge actually, once they make a decision, can actually rule to throw it out or to
I don't
like
know.
rule against it?
I don't
Right?
know if it could be because he's in private court, civil court. It's a civil suit against him.
I think they have the authority to do that, but it just never happens. Pretty sure.
Yep. Yeah,
David,
because I know they can throw out the case and said, nope, there's nothing here that could in any possible way lead to a conviction.
Yeah.
Get out. That's the directed verdict that Nick had. So yeah.
Yeah, because I know there's a directed verdict, and I was just curious if, like, because I could have swore you just never see it happen, but like if a jury makes a decision, the judge can override them or whatever.
Yeah. She got an appeal. It's been 5 years since her last trial. So the state tried her in 13 and it was a hung jury. 14 hung jury. 16 she got convicted. 20, 23. No, so it's more than 5 years. It's 7 years since her last trial.
It's just, yeah. I mean,
Well,
that's
no, the
what? Sorry.
no, you have to speak again because whenever I talk, you clip. So
Okay.
that's
Well,
why I
no,
stopped because I can't hear you.
that's still, yeah, that seems kind of short, I guess, but not really.
No, for appeal, 7 years. I don't know.
Yeah, I
But
don't know.
the problem is prosecution never have to stop. As long as you end up with a hung jury, you can go forever. But as I speculated back in the last week, if you are a DA who's running for re-election, I would drop this case because at some point someone is going to bring it up and said you wasted $1 million on a case that you just can't prove. Why are you is it because she's a lesbian? Do you have something about that community you don't like or something like that? I would run a case and he would say, oh, it's just because I want justice. Well, you can't get justice because you haven't proven the case yet. Stop it. You're wasting taxpayer money. Murderers go free every day. Yada, yada, yada. We need a tough on crime new DA. I could run a political campaign against that.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it makes me think like the community, like, has it been community pressure, like with,
Yeah.
I'm just curious of like the word around community and that around that area, but maybe that's why she did lose everything, I'm sure, but I was like, maybe that's why she moved too.
Yeah, of course, and because when she were in prison, I don't know when she was let out, when it was struck down. I think it was struck down in 2021.
Mhm.
So, yeah, so she did 5 years, and then technically she only been waiting 2 years for appeal then.
Oh yeah, because she got out on bond or whatever, bail.
Yeah. So, yeah, directed verdict is before the jury. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, direct verdict is before, but yeah, you just never
Yeah.
see the overturn verdict usually.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, if your case is this week that you are afraid of a fifth trial or a hung jury again, why haven't you either brushed up on your case and make sure you have all your T's dotted and all your I's crossed. So you're 100% sure you're not sitting with a 13-hour deliberation period again. You don't have a jury in that room for so long if you have a clear-cut case either way. It just doesn't make sense. As the longer we go, I know Dave said it's good for the defense, but I would say when you get past the 8 or 10 hours, I would think it goes more and more towards a hung jury. But I don't know.
I don't either. Yeah.
Yeah, and all the dollars that's spent on this case, if I was a taxpayer in Massachusetts, I would be angry.
Mm-hmm.
I can't become president. I'm not a natural-born citizen of the U.S. I'm not even born in a U.S. territory by at least one person who is an American citizen, like Ted Cruz. Yeah, we really need, but Flux has this stupid thing called work. I have asked her multiple times, but she's working. Yeah, we are at 13 hours roughly now. And remember, there was 18 and a half hours before those. And 10 of those people who've been doing the 13 hours was also doing the 18 and a half hours before that. And I know the judge said, oh, let's start over. But as I said yesterday, you have the 12 people and you go in there and you say, okay, guys, we've been in here for 18 and a half hour. We're going to make it a yay, nay, and we are split kind of like this. Where do the last two stand? Well, I can't see it when it's white. I'm here and I'm here. That's the starting point. You make a poll in the beginning. You don't go in there and say, okay, forget everything. Let's start all the way from scratch. You're going to start something like this. And what happened? It blacked out in court for a minute. It does that sometimes. I think it's because the camera goes on energy saving or something. But the big problem with this, if you have this, and I can't see it when it's white. I'm sorry for the one who's red and blue color. What color can I use? Black? Can I see that? I can see that. Because either way, you have to figure out how, first of all, how do you move these two if you're in the yay column? And how do you move the two who were maybe already in the I don't know? It to me, after kicking the bucket around for so long, you split the baby and say we can't reach an agreement. You get the Allen and go back in and said, can we move it? Absolutely not. It's a hung jury again because the 10 people who were in the room before the new jury, they are not going to budge if they didn't do it in 18 and a half hours. Ted Cruz, wasn't he born in Canada? And a military base or something, or by some diplomat? I don't know. Again, I'm not a lawyer. I'm a Dane who knows nothing about the law. I just like to interpret it. I think this judge, he mentioned something. I think he did the third trial. He didn't do the first two, but they shouldn't be because he's not a part of the process. He's just making sure that he calls balls and strikes evenly. But with his interrogating the juror, it could become a problem if one of the side raises the problem, saying, "Well, he influenced the jury." I would believe. Yeah, especially the jurors who's been in there for all this time. They're just yelling the same arguments now. Nothing changes. They're going through all the evidence and said, "Can't you see? I told you. Look at this picture." And the other one is saying, "Well, look at this picture. You're not changing minds."
Hang on. I gotta show her my earring. Are you ready? I'm gonna put it up. Look at them. Aren't they cute? Yes, I'm festive. It's October.
Yeah. Do you think there were any expert witness in the Zachariah Anderson case that could get his case turned around? Did they have any they had the DNA expert who didn't test the DNA because it would ruin the sample. What else did they have? The rest of no, they didn't have any external expert. All of them were working for Kenosha police. If I am I remembering correct? I believe so. So they were experts and they were voir dire, so they should be allowed to talk about it. Yeah, I don't think you can overturn it on that. You can overturn it on a lot of other things if they look on it with open eyes. So yeah, I don't know.
Mhm.
Calgary. Yeah, I thought something about that. Yeah, 13 hours, that seems, and half an hour till he lets them go home. He should be, if he's gonna keep this charade going, he should have sequestered them when the new jury was set. He shouldn't have allowed them to go home yesterday.
No. That's the thing is, I mean, I don't know. Like we've seen all these other courtrooms where what was the Texas one where he was like, "You're staying here until you make a verdict." What did it come like 11 o'clock at night?
Well,
Yeah,
that would be
I was sleeping.
glorious if they would do that. Oh, that would just it would save so much
Yeah,
time.
but
It would,
again, if
but
you
it's just-
sit, let's say you're sitting in the jury room, Chizzy, wouldn't you just say we're coming up at 4 o'clock? Let's agree to disagree. We go back, it's hung. We've been doing this since Wednesday last week. Tomorrow it's what day is it tomorrow? It's Thursday tomorrow. I might have a meeting tomorrow night, so let's get done. Are we really gonna be here for more than a week arguing in a room where you know it smells like BO and stale cigarettes?
Mhm.
You
Yeah.
Make them stay.
and you're just sitting in a room. It's kind of like us. We're sitting in. I'm getting kind of stir crazy just sitting in my room. It's not that big.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. If you take away that ability for them to believe, that
Your
they
mic is
get
really
this-
bad.
You're cutting in and out.
Sorry about that. If you tell them that they need to be there, if they have to be there,
Yeah.
I guarantee you they change their attitude really quick. Like,
Oh, yeah. Wouldn't you think that if they're like, you gotta stay here until you decide something?
Yeah.
I mean, not
And,
make it all night long, but make them stay
No.
after until like 7, 8 o'clock maybe.
No, you stay here and we'll pick you up at 10 o'clock, take you to the nearest eco lodge.
hotel.
Yeah.
And we'll pick you up tomorrow at 8 and we'll go right into the same room with the same smelly socks and you stay here as long. This is not the OJ trial. They're not
Well,
going to be
that's-
sequestered for 5 months.
That's what I would do if I would say if they
Especially when
haven't
you
come
have
up with something by Thursday. We're what, Wednesday now? By
It's
Thursday,
been a week. It's been a week
I
now.
would tell them, I would say,
Yeah.
hey, so
Playtime's
Friday, whenever you come, make sure you have an overnight bag with clothes enough for as long as you think it's going to take for you to come up with a verdict.
Yeah.
Because you're going to be
Irish-
sequestered.
What's
they
the
could do that.
longest I ever deliberated? Oh, what's the longest? Sometimes we had if we end the court late, we say, okay, we're gonna meet tomorrow or some other day, and then we're gonna deliberate. And I will say the longest I've been in the room. Remember, we do the we give them the verdict and the sentencing. So I'd say the longest I've been deliberating is, I think, one of the cases with a lot of stolen goods, because did it seem like it was stolen good, or was he fencing the stuff? I think we spent maybe 6 or 7 hours on that because we had to go through a lot of items. But I'm not sure. Normally, we don't spend that much time on deliberating because some of the stuff is kind of easy. If you could have maybe 16 charges against some person, but then it could be something related to the other. So if you say, okay, guilty in count one, automatically 2 and 3 would follow because uh, he was his driver's recklessly and he had a knife on him, which he's not allowed to do, and he had drugs on him. So if you find one guilty, 2 and 3 really easy follows that. But I would say that I don't think we have been doing 2 days of deliberating ever. But
Mhm.
again, remember my case is normally you can ask to just get in front of us. Normally starts on a level above me because we say normally cases that go before my step in the court system is a 4-year maximum. So we don't get those really tough long cases. But sometimes we have had them. If people, I have the case I'm having right now is a person who have asked for uh, because where I am we are one judge, two laymen. Normally, the kind of case he's having would be the step above, so it would be 3 judges and 6 laymen. But he has waived his right for that and asked to go before us because maybe it's quicker, or again you can gamble on it, saying, well, 3 judges and 6 laymen, maybe they are a tougher crowd to hang around. I don't know, but that's your right to say, well, I want to go before the lower courts. But I would say 6 to 8 hours is probably the longest I've been deliberating. Uh, but not so much because we're arguing. I never thought I never I don't believe that we've ever been fighting over stuff like that. It's mostly because we had a very complex uh, set of charges, and maybe there's a lot of stuff we have to think about because is it this thing or is it this thing? We might be quite convinced he did the stuff, but again, is that enough to convict him? Does it meet the requirement of a conviction? Um, let's take something. The lady we talked about earlier who touched the guy, the boy. Um, did she show him her puss? Is that because that would be aggravating? And is it clear? Stuff like that. We could maybe talk about stuff like that, but normally we don't argue about the convictions as much as I feel like a jury like this does. But again, we have smaller. Normally, if you're in a 244 normal violence, you it's happening at a bar, so you have surveillance. It's pretty easy to see. Okay, he slapped him in the face, so he's probably guilty. So I would say that's the longest is maybe 6 to 8 hours, but it can take a long time to to go over all the evidence because again, if you some of the trials I've done has been it's maybe 8 or 10 days in court, full days in court, and we don't do them in a row. I had a case last year starting February, ending in January this year, and we had like 8 or 10 court dates. So they're peppered out all through the year, and I have to keep track of that. So we do a lot of reading of our notes and reading the transcripts from trial and stuff like that. That takes a long time. But what you see in American movies with them arguing in the jury room, I never. Of course, we we don't always agree on everything, but I feel like we talk about it, and again, we can go out and say two people think he's innocent, one person thinks he's guilty, so we have a split decision. So we do it differently, and probably that's why we don't have to spend, because you don't feel like you're forced to convince someone if they want to be split. But I never tried to have a split decision either. Yeah. Yeah, Rittenhouse was out for 28 hours, but again, they had been out for 18 and a half hours before these 13 hours. Pumpkin pie.
With a weekend in between, whereas they didn't have that with Rittenhouse. They finished it up, and within 2 days they'd come back with a verdict.
Yeah, the Border Patrol agent, they went in and said, yeah, I'll have the salsa verde and maybe a salad. And then they went back in and said, he's guilty. No, but you can't deny a smoker to have a cigarette break outside.
Yep.
So you can go out.
There's nothing worse than that stale cigarette smoke whenever you come back in.
No. I had to ask a guy in IKEA today because they had started selling microphone arms, boom arms. And I couldn't find it, and it wasn't normally in the app. It displays where you can find it down by the checkouts. And I had to talk to him, and he smelled like death out of his mouth. When he turned around and talked to me, it was just cigarette, coffee, and someone took a dump in his mouth.
Halitosis.
It was so bad. And yeah, use a little bit of mouth spray or something.
It's all that eating that smoked herring.
No, it would not be fair, but it wouldn't be fair in a lot of cases. But if you've been arguing for so long as they have, and they can see we are not going anywhere, what does it help the defendant that you keep arguing? Should they decide it by combat if she's guilty or not guilty? Flip a coin. As I said before, if you're stuck for a week now and you still have let's just say the jury is split like this, and you've been arguing this position for 13 hours, do you see either this or this growing to 12? And how many hours can you demand that this position? You can probably move this guy quite easy, but if it's locked like that, and you're looking at a room for 11 hours and saying, "Are you sure? Are you sure? But look at this. But look at this." At some point, wouldn't you say, "We are not moving. We haven't. Nothing has." They must be doing polls over and over again, kind of like when you elect a new pope, to see, okay, now we've been talking for 2 hours. Let's do a new poll. Let's take a smoky break. Okay, it's the same as it was an hour ago. What's the problem? Why do you think she's not guilty? Why do you think
it could
she's
also
guilty?
be their jury foreman? You never know. I mean, their jury foreman could be just being a real pain.
Yeah.
You know, especially if it's some crazy ass Karen that's, you know, not wanting to let it go, and other people are just like, no.
But here's my question, like, at what point do you really just, like, are they allowed to reach out and be like, we can't come to an agreement? Because this is just a thought, correct me if I'm wrong, what you think, but this is where I think when they have stuff like that, when they have like the lesser includeds and stuff, that people will start compromising because they know they're not going anywhere.
Now, I could be wrong on this.
They're gonna, because a lot of times the judges say you have to keep deliberating, even though nobody's going anywhere. So then you kind of get, I feel like that's when they might be pressured to a point to just choose something.
Well, here's the thing, and I could be wrong on this. Somebody that's an attorney can correct me on this, but you're not allowed to pass anything alone to the judge. You have to pass it through the jury foreman.
Yeah.
Like unless there was like something illegal going on, and I thought it was the jury foreman.
I meant the jury as a whole too. Like,
But yeah, the jury as the whole, whenever they're doing anything, they have to pass it through the jury foreman. If you got a jury foreman that's being a pain and says, yeah, we're not passing that on, we need to resolve this, that can happen also. And unless they're doing something that's, illegal, like searching the interwebs or something like that, then there's not much that anybody can do. They're sort of stuck with that foreman. Now, I could be wrong on that, but I've seen that happen in with other juries before, where it's just like, that foreman doesn't let them go, that sort of holds their feet to the fire.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I've never been on a jury, so I couldn't attest to that.
Well, I'm wondering, like, do they announce, does he go on camera and say, hey, they're stuck, what do we need to tell them? Kind of like,
If they're stuck, he
How do
would
we know
probably tell the. We've seen this in other cases. He will tell both sides, I'm going to give them the Allen instruction that they have to try to go back and figure it out. And he can't do anything else. Normally, we'll see that he will instruct both sides that they can't move past this. So I'm giving them, I believe it's an Allen instruction.
okay.
You must try the best as you can to reach an agreement. And have there ever been one where that was so hard you had doubts? I normally I don't talk about, because again, that's a closed room. I have never left the courtroom doubting the decision I took. Let's put it that way, because I won't talk about if I've been moved or I moved someone and stuff like that. But let's just say I've been doing this for close to, I think it's close to 16 years, and I have seen most of everything from children to murder. And I have never left the courtroom with a bad taste in my mouth. One case, made me kind of sick of my job, because we had to we had a case with a person who was, I think his IQ was close to 20, but because if someone is needing to at some point contact their let's say someone is saying, well, I got PTSD from working with this guy, because he could have been violent, he could have been sexual aggressive, he could have done something. So you need to have a ruling on that he did it. And he was brought into the courtroom, and again, his IQ, I think it was measured to about 24. That's the only time I really didn't feel like doing my job. But going on 16 years, I never left the courtroom feeling I did an injustice, and I never felt like I compromised to anything. I couldn't look myself in the eyes, and that's what I always say. I have to look in the mirror every morning, and that's why I try the best I can to go into every case, no matter who it is, what it is, and be objective. And it's hard sometimes, because sometimes you sit there with a face tattoo and a list of priors, but you really have to. So no, I never have. I feel like kind of like it does when I watch a case here. When they're done talking, I am pretty sure where I'm landing, and I haven't had any doubts about any of the rulings I've given. I have been overturned on appeal a couple of times, but only to raise the sentencing I gave them. So I must be doing. I'm too good of a guy. So yeah. Thank you so much, Lefty. You're a trendsetter too.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's a big problem, denying people their sick breaks, because again, it's an addiction, and if you don't get your nicotine rush, people get kind of crazy.
Speaking of nicotine,
Hmm. I got so far behind because we got talking. Is there so
What?
much evidence
I-
in this case? In Rittenhouse, there was a ton of stuff and lots of charges to deal with. They are just working on a compromise verdict. Yeah, that's what I felt when the judge instructed them, because they were talking about what the different levels of the charges would give her. That's what I made out of his instructions. That it seemed like they were trying to reach a compromise and say, well, let's give her involuntary manslaughter. It's a maximum of 20 years in Massachusetts. She'll get off with good behavior. She'd already did 5 years before, so she'll be out in a year or two. Can you live with that? That's what I thought yesterday when we watched it, but I don't know.
Oh, they were talking about really bad breath earlier. I was like, oh man. I had a friend of mine that had he had really bad halitosis, and people would tell him, oh, brush your teeth, this kind of stuff. Turns out he had like 4 teeth that were rotting really, really bad, and that's what was causing his halitosis. As soon as he had those removed, the odor went away.
Yeah. I had a friend who had a really bad problem with that back in school as well. So he started just munching on the garlic, so he smelled of garlic instead.
Oh my
Uh,
God.
Thank you so much, Peach Peony. I have a memory that's kind of weird. When I'm interested in stuff, it makes me remember all of these crazy things, but I still can't remember names or faces of people.
Except for Jamie's.
She's not a face; she's a goddess.
Oh God! Whoa!
Gotta have the goddess Jamie. Make sure
Hey,
you donate
Valhalla.
to the goddess's eyelashes.
Oh, Lordy.
Yeah, close to 20. Yeah, let's just say you can't do anything quite. You are very impulse driven when you are at that low IQ. And yeah, read a book and you might hit double digits. No, Val is a good guy.
Val is amazing.
Yes, he is.
I think I know who that is.
Yeah. Oh well.
Tupac.
You're so popular, Lefty.
Yeah.
Would just say excited. There's the only Aussie I know who says Tupac for Tupac. That's funny.
Well, I have a hard time with people with accents. Speak a proper English. No, I don't mind strudel. Strudel is good. I like that.
Yeah. When Val comes in, you need to play his clip. It's my favorite thing ever.
Oh. But Jung isn't here, but let's do it just for Jamie.
Yeah. I'm gonna come. Now what?
Well,
Young man, if you want to step in the squared circle with Valhalla awaits, you better bring everything you got, woman. I swear on everything, there will be no mercy. I will punish thee.
I love it.
I like that.
Oh my.
Tupac.
No. Brandon had no part in that. That was all Val.
Yeah.
No part in that one.
Maybe not the brand, but the way to the brand, he might have had a little bit of a little finger in making Valhalla, the squared circle.
He's got his fingers involved in that one.
You got a little finger in Valhalla. That's funny.
Involved.
That's funny.
Yeah. This is the morning after he was cream filling off his. He was the cream filling off a stream.
Remember? Oh, he was on that stream, remember? And then he came to Stabber Day.
Oh yeah. He came back to solve race relations.
He did.
I remember my chat got angry.
He was.
Oh, that's funny.
My God, that's funny.
Yeah, that was a fun stream. Was it a morning stream or I can't even.
It was Stabber Day.
It was Stabber Day, yeah, and Valhalla was drunk as hell.
And he didn't
He
even
became drunker.
He was still up.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he was on with me Friday afternoon, and then he was doing fixing race relationships and yeah.
You know, I think you did really well, Val.
Yeah. The entire panel were very white after you did your stream, so you fixed that. No animosity there between the whiteys. We didn't have Nicholas on because then there would have been problems.
That's good time.
Thank you so much, Donna T. It started out being serious, and then it just turned into we all need to just blow our minds off and start the weekend right. So anyone who's new here, go watch a Stabber Day. If you think this is weird, join us on a Stabber Day. We watch yoga, read crazy stuff, watching naked people walking through airports. Yeah.
What time does that start? I haven't seen one yet because I'm usually doing other stuff on Saturdays.
Saturday at 9 a.m.
Oh, yeah. I'm usually in the middle of breaking something or building something, one of the two. Sometimes both.
Come on, Judge. 2 minutes to 4.
Because we yeah, Baker was like, I think nobody ever does anything on the weekends, really, like especially in the morning. So we were like, he wanted to start one like 9 a.m. Eastern time because everybody was like, well, we want to wake up and like have some coffee and watch something, just stream something, and it just turned into a thing now.
Yeah, and it's just sometimes it's all of us, and sometimes one of us has to step away, and we just shoot the breeze for 90 minutes before Dave goes on and talk about Jody, and those 90 minutes often turn into 2 hours, but that's just because it's fun.
Basically this.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Baker's pretty
Valhalla,
good.
who haven't you threatened to wrestle?
Yeah.
Me?
Well, he probably did on some stream where you wasn't watching.
Yeah, Shirley.
Probably, but that's okay. I'm not worried about Valhalla.
Did you hear that, Valhalla? He called you out.
Yeah, I'm not worried.
No, he was threatening to wrestle Shelly. Jung.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Jung.
Yeah. And but he's all bark and no bite. We know it.
She was giving him grief in the chat.
Oh, well, I can give her grief now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Don't make her regret going live and saying things. That voice, I need it for my painting stream. Don't scare her away before.
It's worse than Shizzy. What are you talking about?
What?
Every time somebody has that clip, he goes, I have the full one. I'm like, well, we don't want the full one. Just the little. She just wanted the little part.
I clipped it and got the little part.
Yeah, and David's over here. I have the full one. I'm like, no, stop it. He's an instigator.
Yeah, I clipped it down and shortened it.
Oh yeah, and we're sending them home because nothing's happening.
1180 CR 0128, the Commonwealth versus Cara Rintala.
Like, come on, guys.
Put him in a hotel and say you're never coming out again. You're gonna earn those $6 we give you every day.
Mm-hmm.
The money alone would have made me run away from hours ago. I'm so going to bed. I'm so going to enjoy it. Snuggle up under my big double, what's it called? Duvet.
Comforter?
It's going to be so good. Roll up in it. Sleep. Oh, that's going to be so good. I can already taste my morning breath.
Oh boy. Let's see. We'll see what happens.
Well, I mean,
Hey, Hal 9000. We are just about to end, so you came in right at the right time. You didn't have to sit through 7 hours of this. I think she looks kind of tired.
they've just been sitting there all day.
No, she does not look happy. Unless they're coming in with a verdict, none of these people care.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 10 p.m. I'm probably up again at 3 a.m. and on someone's stream.
Right. Members of the jury, I'm going to release you for the day. I'll ask that you be back here for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. As always, please do not discuss this case with anyone, including each other, now that your deliberations are concluded for the day. Refrain from any form of outside research or investigation concerning this case. Avoid contact with any of its participants, and avoid any media accounts concerning this case. And have a pleasant evening, and we'll see you again tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning.
This is ridiculous.
Jesus. It's going into a week.
It's going to be a longer deliberation than the trial lasted. The trial lasted for... It started Tuesday.
Bad for her. She looks exhausted and like just waiting to hear where your life is going. Are you going to be free, or are you going to spend the rest of your life behind bars?
See you in the morning.
Thank the Lord that she's not in prison waiting for this.
Yeah.
I'd be so pissed.
I mean, I know there's a fine line between like, oh, pressure, the jury's pressured to make a decision because they have to stay there long. But I feel like they should take a longer day. And at some point, where are you at? Like, I know they can't ask, but it's like, where are you at? Are you nowhere? It is really, I know I'm not there in the situation, but I feel like this is not a hard decision.
No, Brandon, you go by Danish time. It's 10 o'clock. You're way behind. You should have been drinking in a long time.
Oh, my.
Yeah, I need to do something so I don't... Yeah, go subscribe to Wheelhammer, and he'll be on tonight talking about his clip from the Murdoch trial where something else was near the doghouse. And we heard it here yesterday, and I can't make out what it is, but it sounds weird. Well, it has to be inspected by bringing in 2 new jurors. Yes, but did you watch the trial? What are you arguing about? That's my big problem, because yes, it's to be expected because they were already sitting there for 18 hours beforehand, but now they threw out 2 people who either was fighting really hard for guilty or for innocent, using prior knowledge, which they are not allowed to do. So it should theoretically be easier to reach an agreement, but I think this jury is deadlocked, and another hour is not going to help. Another 2 hours not going to help. And who the F is going to sit there again tomorrow for $15, or how much Massachusetts pay a juror?
Well, they're getting paid more than we are.
I mean,
I don't know how much they paid.
It's just like, I watched this trial, and I just, in my head, it's it's not that hard of a decision, I guess. So that's what I'm.
No, mine would have been pretty solid going into this.
Yeah.
Sitting in there, sitting down, hearing what people had to say.
Yeah.
And say, they haven't proven it for me.
Okay. Yeah. And then I get it. Take a full day, talk it out with everybody, because obviously you're probably going to have different, verdict, people saying different things. Full day, maybe a day and a half of talking.
Now,
after that, like, are you really going to change anybody's mind? I mean, are you?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Because my question would be, okay, so what did you see that proved it beyond a reasonable doubt? What was it that gave it beyond a reasonable doubt? Because she's innocent until we find her guilty. What is it that you find? How? Show me.
Talk about
If
it.
you can show that to me, then absolutely. If not, it's time to pack this stuff up and go home. And I'd poll my own group right then and there every damn hour and see if anybody's moving. If they haven't moved after a day, by the end of that night, I would send a note to the judge and say we're not going to resolve this.
Yeah, because that's what
and then he will give you the Allen agreement, and then you will go in there, talk again for a couple of hours, do a new poll, go back and say we haven't budged a bit, we can't resolve this. That's the big question we were talking about yesterday. If they were told about prior convictions, how can they keep going? It's not just the two people who were sent home. If anything was mentioned in that room, everyone should have been yeeted.
Yep.
Yeah. Again, but I if it's only a single holdout, you can grind that person down with 11 human people are very susceptible to peer pressure.
Yeah.
And if you're sitting in there getting $15 or $6 a day, at some point you feel just like us saying, "Oh, let's just get on with it."
And that's what
That's not justice, but that's reality.
Yeah, and that's what I don't want it to come to is like you're deadlocked and you're not changing anybody's mind. Maybe there's one person and then okay, now we just got to strong arm that person into choosing what we want so we can get out of here, or they get tired and sick of it. That's what starts running through my head is like the longer that you just sit there and argue the same thing over and over again in a room with people, is somebody going to get tired and just say whatever, then let's go with it. And that's what that's what kind of scares me when it comes to juries.
Yeah, but again, I don't believe one person would hold them up for 2 days.
Well, that's also the worst part about it is imagine you did absolutely nothing.
Mm-hmm.
You just happen to be there whenever you found the body or some crap like that. And then this is what you have to go through for 12 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. 13 years.
So not just on top of the loss, the immediate loss, and then your loss of income, being locked up, having to pay all this money to defend yourself against the state for being innocent. And I think that's what aggravates me the most about Zachariah Anderson.
Exactly.
Yeah. Luckily for her, Rosemary is going pro bono.
Yeah, I heard that. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, she's not paying. But
probably saw, I was like, man, this case is, I want to win this.
Yeah.
And I'm going to charge her a dime. And if that's truly what happened, oh my gosh, I want to shake that woman's hand.
Yeah. And everyone, it's been a long day. We had fun. We had sun. We had joy. We had fun. We had seasons in the sun. But
I got blue skies
so
up above.
I'm tired. I am
all right.
I'm beat, and I'm really feeling these 4 days of absolutely nothing happening. So I will today be going to bed early.
Will you though? I feel like
Yeah, I will. Because I will keep it short in the background too. But I want to thank all of you who were here all day long, spending a long day of nothing with us. And for the people who just came in the end to see if anything happened, please do all the YouTube things, both on my channel and over at Shizzy's channel. And then we'll see you again tomorrow. Tomorrow, it's only a day away. But I got a new chair and my butt doesn't hurt this much.